by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Hello, chat. We are live at the GCL Contenders, and this is the beginning of what's going to be an epic event. I have with me, I am Rakesh Kulkarni. Rakesh, bhai, I mean, this is just the start, and I think already we have some fiery matches tonight.
Hello, Tiku bhai. Thank you for the warm introduction. And yes, absolutely. We are in round 2 of the GCL Contenders. This is a titled KO. That means knockout. So today we are done with arenas. You can afford a loss. You could have, but not anymore, Sahil bhai. This is knockout. Loser goes home. Winner moves on.
Yeah, this format is quite popular because, you have 2 games and you have to basically score 1.5 out of those 2 games. Otherwise, we see a tiebreaker, and we have some very interesting, players in the battle. You have grandmasters, you have international masters, you have creators. It's a very, very wholesome mix, and we might get to see some exciting chess today, Rakesh.
Absolutely. And kudos to the GCL team and the think tank behind this. Now everybody has a chance. You could actually be the ones in Mumbai at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League in December. One of these players is going to be the chosen one in a way, but who actually has to work really hard. And like you mentioned, Digu, we have GMs, IMs, other title players, as well as content creators and a few qualifiers as well who qualified through the 6 arenas. So a very nice mix overall. And I think today's matchup, like you said, winner needs to score 1.5 points out of the 2-game mini match. And in case there is a 1-1 draw, style, our favorite Armageddon is going to happen, where we'll be seeing both players played out, and white having the white needing to win on demand and black having the draw odds.
Yeah, and welcome everyone. I think we all know about the Global Chess League. It's a fantastic event at the end of the year. This is a golden opportunity for anyone. This is famous scene, ऐसे कहता ना movies का. I don't want to quote it exactly, but anybody can be a star, and this is the golden opportunity. I can't imagine the pressure these players must be feeling right now. Maybe it's time to look at the pairings as well, Rakesh, and we can already see even on board number 1, there is a mismatch. We have an international master versus a grandmaster, and Rakesh, you being an international master, can probably give us the best perspective of how strong Mitrabha Guha is, for example.
Oh, I mean, he's a very, very strong player. Multiple time Indian national champion in the faster formats in Rapid and Blitz. So if there is one format where I don't want to face him, is in Rapid Chess. And this being a rapid game, 10 minutes, 0 seconds increment. So it's tough. I wouldn't want to be in Dushyant's position right now, in Dushyant's shoes, because we have 16 players chat, and we narrowed down to 8 players today and 4 players going to round 3 of the GCL tomorrow. So I wouldn't want to be in Dushyant Sharma's shoes, because especially where he can see some lopsided matches on the other half or in the other boards. But, the only silver lining is Dushyant has a chance to eliminate the first seed and the strongest player today itself.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, of course. And Rakesh bhai, what do you think about the format? I think maybe you can go into depth about what this format entails. We've seen this before, right? 2 games, 10 plus 0, and you can see some fire at the end of the tunnel, in the final few moves. So what's your take on the format overall?
I think it's a incredible format. Firstly, they played arenas to get here. Now again, it's 10 plus 0. Normally players are used to playing with increment, but there is no increment, which means you can't really go into a deep think in the opening. You have to reserve some time. And Sahil, we know this for this format from the EWC Sports World Esports World Cup. You cannot afford to have even if you are a queen up or a piece up, but you have no time on the clock. That means you're going to lose. So players will need to have that fine balance. And in especially in a two-game mini match style, I would see a lot of stronger players trying to score the win with the white pieces and playing relatively safe with the black pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody joining us in the chat, I think this is just the beginning. It is the GCL contenders. We'll try to have a bracket for you pretty soon for all the players participating today. But we have three categories, Rakesh. Maybe you can go into depth about it. We have the open section, the women's section, the under 21 section, and we're going to have a lot of players fighting out. And what is the golden prize, Rakesh? If we had to put it into one sentence, what is that golden prize, what everyone is fighting for here?
I think just in one line, you can be part of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League 3.0. So that's the ultimate prize. And earlier, these were slots that were only invite based or by only invitation. This time, the GCL team thought, let's open it out to everyone. You play an online qualifier on chess.com. You qualify chess.com, also being partners of the GCL. So you play, and it's a level playing field basically. It's open to all. Three categories, like you mentioned: men, women, and prodigy. So under 21s are also getting a chance. Women players are also getting their chance, and the open section is going to be the toughest, as I can see here. But yeah, lots of players want to get there. Only one of them will finally get there. And of course, apart from this, I'll $7,500 up for grabs in the men's section. And we start off with the first hour is men. The second half, the middle portion is women players, and the last leg is for the prodigies.
And you mentioned the prize fund, Rakesh, but I'm pretty sure all the players, all they want to hear is "Aap Mumbai aa sakte hai." That's their dream. They want to reach Mumbai for the final event. That's their ultimate dream. So this is the first stage chat. This is going to be exciting. And I can see a bunch of streamers as well. That's very interesting. You can see, Celsic Tushi playing against I am Aradhya Garg. That's going to be a very interesting matchup. So what do you feel about streamers participating, Rakesh? I think this is also a great opportunity for them to kind of, this is great content overall.
Absolutely. Streamers, they are also streaming these games live as we speak. So it will be nice to see how they fare against the higher seeds per se. And I would actually throw that question back to you. You being the face of Chesscom India and also being a streamer. I see the YouTube flag. So congrats on your 100K there. And let us know, what would a streamer look forward to in this event, Sahil?
I mean, I think every streamer is different, but in terms of, for example, Tushar, who is a popular streamer, I think he would love a fantastic win, a crushing win, so that he can have that epic thumbnail with his jaw-dropping moment, right? So that's what he's looking for. For somebody else, maybe it's a bit different. Mitraba also, by the way, is a streamer, very interesting, a very strong player as well. So he might have something a different up his graph. So let's see what happens, Rakesh bhai. For me, I think all I'm looking for is some exciting games, and at the end, may the best man or woman win. That's our ultimate goal.
Yeah, absolutely. And hello, everyone in the chat. I see lots of questions. Yes, that we have posted the link for the format. And Mrinal is asking your favorite team. My favorite team is, Mumbai Masters. I'm from the city of Mumbai, so rooting for my home team and, hoping they can topple TCK, that is Triveni Continental Kings, who have won the last two editions. And Sahil, your favorite team in the GCL?
I'm not sure I want to commit to a favorite team yet. I mean, American Gambits comes to mind, but I'm still not sure. It's too early to, commit. I think you want to see the action on day one, Rakesh, before committing to one team. But I think everybody is going to have their favorites, which is one player, though, you're looking forward to in this entire event who might be the MVP.
I think no Carlson as we know in this edition, but I'm really looking forward to Gukesh, the world champion, making a comeback. So he missed a season 2 because of course his world championship match with Ding, but he's back And I'm really excited, Sal. We saw him win the GCT Poland rapid section. So, and this is rapid over the board in Mumbai. So, and the world champion, the world chess champion will be in our city, Sahil. So that's going to be super fun. So looking forward to that and hoping we might have lift off very soon as well, I think.
Yeah, and by the way, we know how the location of the GCL has been different, Rakesh, every time. So we saw it in Dubai, we saw it in London, and now it's coming back to India. So what's your
Uh-huh.
take on, it taking place in your home city, Mumbai itself?
Oh, that's a lovely feeling. Suddenly I don't have to travel so much. And almost like 20 to 25% of the field, the whole 36 players in the GCL have been from India. So it's a lesser or a shorter trip for them compared to Dubai or London. So that's going to be nice. And yeah, it's at an amazing venue. I think Sagar Bhai did the whole walkthrough
Hmm.
and of
Yeah.
the Royal Opera House in Mumbai. So that's going to be really nice. And yeah, looking forward to that. And the city of Mumbai has hosted a lot of tournaments, but not one really big marquee tournament where
Hmm.
you get the world's top stars. So it's very good for the state of Mumbai, Maharashtra chess as well. Where else will you get to see Dukesh, Nakamura, Prag, Vishy sir, and so many other stars playing?
And also, I think it's kind of the ultimate test of the world, players from the entire world, right? Because you get to play in India, which is obviously known for such strong players, but also the toughest food to handle. So it's going to test every single, including your stomach. Yeah, it's going to test everything you kind of focus on. So we talked to Anish about this, how Indian food can be difficult. So we saw Magnus as well offering a draw to Vidit, right, earlier in an event. So I think we see some interesting stories when players come to India. Even Magnus had such a huge crowd, and it's going to happen for other players as well. We're going to see Hikaru and other players. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And just getting some updates on the game start. So yeah, we're just trying to see when it's going to start. So, Sahil, we might see a small delay on the games, but yeah, we'll keep you posted, chat. And I don't see no games have started, right? Like if I can
No,
see it
no
correctly.
games just yet. Yeah.
Yeah, no
Hmm.
matches yet. So we'll check it out, chat, and we'll let you know on that.
Yep. And I think, yeah, so I think as we get more information, Rakesh, bhai, I think we are moving towards the last 3 months of the chess calendar. This is
Mhm.
extremely packed. We have the World Cup, we have so many tournaments, SCC, I mean, it's going to be an insane time for all the players. We're going to be traveling from country to country, city to city. So it's going to be fascinating, and it's going to be a real test of who the strongest player is. Yeah. So
Yeah,
chat,
and
maybe there's a slight delay. So Rakesh bhai, we're gonna take a very short break. I don't know, maybe a slightly longer break, and we'll be back on the other side. Hello, chat. We are back with that, well, let's say slightly longer than short break, but games have begun. Rakesh bhai, I think players are ready. We are ready. Chat, hopefully you are ready because we'll pretty soon get to know who are the players who move to the next round and which game shall we move to, Rakesh?
Let's go chat quickly. Like the stream if you haven't. And this is round two of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3. Actually our featured clash is on the board, Sahil. International Master Aradhya Garg playing against Sadistic Tushi, a very, very famous YouTuber from India. And he has more than 500,000 subscribers. But looks like, where is he? He is nowhere to be seen. His clock is ticking down. Sahil, what's going on?
Hopefully, it's not a time watch challenge. Yeah, I defeated an international master with 5 minutes and 10 minutes. I hope that's not the case. I think maybe it's just him trying to catch hold of the position, maybe trying to d5 on the board. But he did take exactly 1 minute, Rakesh. That's very interesting to me. It could be like a self-imposed challenge. I defeated an IM with 1 minute less on the clock. Yeah.
Always, anything for content, and that's what Tushar Anand is known for. A very goofy streaming style and a nice setup that he has. But we should be seeing lots of action. Another very interesting matchup, Sahil, that we have today is Dushyant Sharma playing against Mitra Baghua. That is the only titled versus titled player clash that we have today. And I think that's going to be a delight for us and the
And
audience.
if you look at the position right now, I mean, Dushyant Sharma, if he finds bishop h6, which is the only move as the chesscom
Wow.
arrow was showing, would have been a crushing idea because after bishop h6, you could have completely prevented castling with rook e1 to come next. But he does not find it, and Mitra Bagua is back in the game.
He's definitely back in the, you do not want to allow these grandmasters any iota of a chance. And as we can see, Mitrabha on the top of our screen there, he's thinking and, he's really hoping that he can salvage this position, Sal, because, remember, let's remind chat, it's a 2-game mini match, 1.5 advances to the next stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And every player wants to do it in 2 games. It reminds me of the World Cup, Rakesh. You do not want to go into the tiebreaker because the nerves decide the game. So if you are the stronger player, ideally you want to finish the battle in just 2 games. And going back to a star game, Aradhya Garg against Tushar, we can see, I mean, black is passive. The last move that Tushar played, right, this knight on d7 blocks the bishop. You still can't go e5, and white just has a decent space advantage in the position.
Yeah, this is looking really comfortable for white. And Sal, if we can have a quick look at all the 8 boards, let's also tell chat, we'll also ask chat, which player are they rooting for? So let us know there, and let's go. Let's start with which board do you have?
I think Ashish against Diptyan Ghosh, another strong grandmaster from India. He's known to be super sharp, and you can already see the bar is in black's favor. Rakesh, I thought white was better in the starting position.
But this is not the starting position. Pawn takes pawn might happen, but then bishop c4 and hitting the queen and the rook, and it's going to be GG's. And you see almost a 600-point difference there, Sahil. That's going to be game over. I think Deeptan advances to the next stage. Nice and easy game for him. Let's go to the next game.
Yeah, the time situation also really not making it easy for Ashish there. So Diptyan on fire right now. The next game is between Vag Suyog and Yosef Tahir. So very interesting matchup. Vag Suyog, another strong FM from India, and he seems to have a dominating position right now. The knight on h4 is a bit confusing to me. Is it attacking, defending? Is this kind of on the side watching Netflix? What's happening here?
Yeah, and we see Yosef's camera here. They're playing from the comfort of their homes, but it is very stressful, Sahil. This is your chance to be a part of a GCL team. I mean, how rare is that? And you're absolutely right. I think Suyog Wag, an FM this time, FIDE master, can get the better of an international master. This is going to be, I think, Sahil, this is going to be the most closely contested matches in the men's section today.
Agreed. And look at the time situation. That is also closely contested. So absolutely agree with you. Although right now, white with the knight on d6, famously, Kasparov once said the knight on the sixth rank is worth a rook. And it attacks a rook. If you could get this rook, Rakesh, you would think twice. Do I take this rook or do I attack? Yeah, because that's how strong this knight is. If you take with the bishop, I take with the pawn even in some cases and get a pass pawn on the d file. So very tough position. Another game is between, I think, Fateh and Joe Bruin. Joe Bruin, we know Joe here, and very interesting game. The only game so far right in the middle, according to the bar.
Yeah, and we see Fateh 1600 and taking on Joe Lee, who's also part of our colleague here, Sahil at chess.com, and a very famous streamer himself. So he's playing it out, and he's hoping to get some, get some advancement into the next stage that is going to be taking place very soon. And yeah, I think overall Black looks comfortable in this position.
Yeah, and I really like Joe's style. I mean, pushing G5, that requires some guts, yeah? I mean, we can see his background. Clearly, he's into adventure sports and adventure positions. So as of now, and the queen is cut off, by the way, from the king side now. So very dangerous, but I think I like his style, and he's, of course, the dominant player there. Also, I think we have Roman against Adi, which is also a very interesting game because white seems to be completely winning already. Black has nowhere to castle, and white's king is stuck safely. H3 incoming, kicking the knight back, and it feels like white dominating here as well.
Yeah, and we see, Roman Gavril in 21-41. He's in fact the underdog, Sahil, but absolutely love his position. Look at the bar shooting up, plus 2.3. This is close to losing, as we have seen so far. But black is Alok Sinha with 2336 rating. Sahil, any chances for a comeback from the black side?
I think in this position always, because you've kind of, let's assume black is going to cancel queenside first of all. That's a big assumption.
Yeah.
But you always have chances, rook c8, rook c3, bishop e6, and suddenly there's pressure on a2. But of course, white is the one who's dictating terms here. He's right on the clock as well. So Roman here doing some crazy chess. And I'm just checking if we have left a game. Yes, it is Isuru against Vedant. Streamers battle again. Ooh. And as of now, looks quite an interesting position. Bishop pair against bishop and knight.
Yeah, and Isuru Alakun, a very famous player, one of the top players from Sri Lanka, and he's been there. He's played a lot of tournaments in India as well, a strong player. And Black is in fact our streamer friend. And in the streamers program on chess.com, he's Vedant Bhaiya. So this is Isuru on the top of us playing from Sri Lanka. You can see his medals and trophy case. I think he's going to bring all that experience to the fray. You as a streamer, are you rooting for Isuru or Vedant?
Yeah, Chad. By the way, Chad, I think if you're listening to us, would love to learn about your favorite player at the GCL. Rakesh, I think you mentioned Magnus is not a part of the tournament right now. So who's your favorite, the player you're looking out for the battle, the main battle in December? I think for me, I'm very curious about how Anish performs, maybe. That's very interesting. Gukesh, of course, but Anish as well. Quite curious after his string of wins, after the Grand Slam, for example, how does he perform at the GCL? Who's your favorite player?
Yeah, Chad, do let us know. Pawn, computer saying pawn to G3 is the only move in the position, but like knight takes pawn looks like a very interesting opportunity for black.
It's not going to happen, Rakesh. It's not going to happen. Yeah? Knight pawn G3, knight G3, you take, you just get checkmated. Apparently, after knight G3, you have to find queen D7 and allow knight D2 check. King F1 now only move. And now it's a crazy mayhem with check, king D2, check. And I mean, you will not find this in the rapid time control.
No, man, we see Isuru Alakun scratching his head because he cannot, no human would ever play G3 here. It's only for our silicon machines there. But yeah, Sahil, I think we might see Vedant Bhaiya, the streamer, getting the first W of the day.
Yeah, very interesting. So let's jump to Aradhya against Tushar. Let's have a look at the position. I think from that crazy tactical position, now we have a positional battle, but it doesn't feel like one where black is doing any better. Yeah, C takes D5. I can imagine A5, knight D5, lots of happenings in the position. You can spoil the black's king side structure, take on D5. This is just a complete domination by white.
Yeah, and you look at his face just above us, chat. Statistic Tushy, clearly not happy with his position, but he's a very funny streamer. He makes other people laugh. So, I would definitely tune into his stream as well after our stream to see what were his thoughts. But yeah, this looks completely winning. Knight on h5 is a goner. Knight on d5 is a huge beast, and Aradhya Garg, international master, gunning for the GM title. What a chance for him this would be to rub shoulders against the likes of Hikaru Nakamura, Gukesh, Prag, and so on.
Yeah, Aradhya, one of the most polite players I have known in the chess ecosystem. You can see the bunch of trophies in the background. He could add one more there, but as of now, and look at the time situation, Rakesh. I think that 1 minute that Tushar lost at the start could be very, very
Yeah,
beneficial. Get it back right now, but that's going to harm him a lot. But of course, he's going to put up a fight for sure. It will not be a one-way street. Already, knight g3 can be an option because you can't move the bishop back because the queen will be hanging.
absolutely. That is not possible. And I think it's just the finishing touches which Aradhya wants to
Yeah.
give to this game. And, while Aradhya searches for the win, I'm keeping an eye out. Can we go to Deep Dian's game as well? Because
Yeah.
looks like that will be the first result of the day, Sahil.
Yeah, and this has been a smooth performance, I'm going to say. If you look at the accuracies, 88 for white and 96 for black. So just a clean game by black, dominating white. And now he can pick up the e5 pawn. And the second rook will come to the first rank, Rakesh. I mean, the knight on knight is a great defender, but everybody has their limits. So you can only defend so much.
Exactly. And Ashish Panda, 1948, getting the GM humbling, the GM experience. You're getting almost crushed here. But you know what? He can make a comeback in round two because remember, it's a two-game mini match. So Ashish is still not out. He can still make a comeback. But yeah, as you said, Sal, Rook takes e5. And interesting to note, in fact, Deeptan is one of the favorites to go through into the next round. He had a flight to Paris, Sahil, but
Oh,
he has
wow.
delayed his flight. That's just shows how important this tournament is.
Yeah, Rakesh, have you ever played a game where you had to catch a flight? That's a very interesting situation to be in. You're playing faster than normal. I had this case happen where I had to take a
No,
flight back
no.
from Paris, and I was I,
Yeah.
I basically just was playing moves on increment, yeah, like on
Okay.
seconds. And my opponent had like 10 minutes remaining. I had 130 minutes remaining, and I
Uh-huh.
offered him a draw. What he didn't know was if he had said no, I would have to resign and move on anyways. So he doesn't know that, luckily. So this can lead to players playing very, very weird chess, but Diptyan just doing this smoothly.
Yeah, and somebody else who did it smoothly was Aradhya as he beat Tushar in the
Oh,
first win
wow.
of the day. So well done, Aradhya. And if we can go to the Suyog Wag game style,
Oh,
a very abrupt repetition there.
oh, you mean it's a draw, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Game one
Oh,
was drawn.
wow. Nice. Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise. Very interesting game. I think we expected this. Yeah, quite evenly matched the players. And also we
Yeah.
have Tushar losing, I think, a nice tactic to finish off. Queen d8 and rook c8. And he knows knight e7 next is game over. That is heartbreak. And also I think we have, okay, only two results so far. So which game shall we go to? Maybe this game, yeah? Joe Bruin. Queen on h5, pawn on g5, pawn on h4. What's happening here, Rakesh?
It's crazy. Looking like a Mikhail Tal game actually, Sahil, but I think I can't believe the eval bar is like bang in the middle because it's looking like all three results are possible to the naked eye.
And now HG5 is the only move for white. I mean, this is
No way.
ridiculous. This is
No way.
this is literally ridiculous. White has 4 minutes and he has to find HG5 here in this position. Knight close to the king, rook close to the king, queen finding a way to get to the king, and suddenly you just move a pawn. Not and as expected, not easy to find. And now black finds the only move. Check.
You see Joe Lee right above us, his camera. He's locked in. In fact, he's also streaming. So we are, loving the players giving their thoughts and opinions. Of course, they can't see the engine or the eval bar. But yeah, Joe looking forward to getting into tomorrow's matches as well. And here I feel if the rook comes back for white, black can capture it. But Sal, one thing I think,
Oh,
oh, it's a
oh,
blunder.
that's a big blunder because Queen D1. But Rakesh, Black doesn't find it. This is chess at its finest in the last minute or two when you have no time on the clock. You have basically premeditated your moves. Yeah. Imagine, we hear this often. We are watching cricket. The batsman has already stepped out of the wicket trying to hit a six. This is what's happening here. They've already thought of the move. And now E6, and suddenly White is also breaking through.
Absolutely. And you know what? There is no increment, Sahil. There is no additional time. Fateh, I think he's from Turkey. He's putting up an absolute banger of his show. Kudos to him because he's almost 700, 600 points low rated. So very well done to Fateh. And I feel Joe will be in huge trouble because no increment, Sahil.
I would say if Joe takes on H4, White might be the favorite right now because of the Queen trade, which I think is almost forced. I think White can just chill out for a lot of time, just capture all these pawns, and it will be a hard task for Joe, who has 48 seconds now.
Yeah, and Queen D6 check incoming on the diagonal. He has to be very worried about that in 42 seconds. And you can just make 50 moves with your rook. Just pre-move, and he can actually win this game and score the upset of the round.
Absolutely. And by the way, King E7, huge blunder. And now look at the move, Rakesh. E takes F7 is winning
beautiful.
You take the pawn, and if you take the rook, I get a new queen, Rakesh. We all love a queen, but how about two?
Wow. I think
and he's taken.
Not a difficult move. He's taken it, not a difficult move to find. And we see Joe very, very upset with his decision.
Yeah.
He has a chance to make a comeback along with Dushyant Sharma, who sadly went down fighting to Mitra Bagua. So Dushyant will also be needing. Whoever loses has to win on demand in the next game.
Absolutely. Bunch of results. Diptyan Ghosh defeating Ashish Panda. Dushyant Sharma losing to Mitraba Guha. Adi is completely winning against Roman. So a complete switch to what we saw earlier. Tushar loses to Aradhya Garg. And Vaksuyog, the only draw. So I think in this one, they know what to do. Rakesh, lots of results. Which game shall we jump to now?
I think we're just confirming that Fateh has won. So Joe has to win on demand. Can we go to the Suyog versus Yosef game because it's the most closely contested game? And Suyog, a very, very strong player, became an international master just a couple of months ago. But Yosef is already an international master. So very closely contested matchup this.
Yeah, and of course, when you're on the rise, your confidence is very high. That's what I expect Vaksuyog will be feeling right now. Although the position is quite dynamic, Rakesh. I mean, look at the pawn on F7. Black cannot really go queenside. That means I have to kind of hold my king in the center for now. But, I mean, how are you reaching this king? There is no clear path. And of course, B4, very interesting strategy. Apparently, you have to go queen D8 and stack the knight.
Yeah, you can't capture the pawn because that allows White to slide over the rook and gain control and capture your pawns as well. Yeah. So I think, Sahil, this might be the game that actually goes to tie breaks as well. I have a feeling we might go to Armageddon in this one.
No, I think we'll have a result. We'll have a result and one side will cleanly. In fact, Rakesh, I have a question and I don't know if Chad wants to predict this. How many tie breaks do you think we'll see today? 8 games in the open section. How many tie breaks?
I would predict at least, one tie break should happen.
So one, yeah. I'm gonna guess maybe 3 tie breaks. Let's say I'm kind of playing it a bit safe.
Oh, okay.
For now, but let's see. I think anything can happen. Although, by the way, going to the Diptyan Ghosh game, one where White is clearly favorite. Black for now, fighting for his life, fighting for survival, Rakesh, with the black pieces. But he does have a slightly weak pawn on D5, which can be weak in the endgame.
Definitely, it's the isolated queen pawn. Diptyan has played at least 1,000 positions from either side, as white as black as well. And it is that grandmaster experience which he's going to bring. And I feel you just double up against the pawn. Knight on D4 is a great blockader against the isolated queen pawn. I think White in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, head on the clock as well. Now we jump to the Dushyant against Mitraba game. Quite an interesting position because both sides asking, if you could just move your knights out of the way, I would really appreciate it of my opponent. Yeah, that's what both players are thinking. But black has committed to f5, Rakesh. And that just tells me I am on the white side now because I still retain the option of kicking yours back with f3, but you just give the right to do that.
Exactly, and we see if you could get Mitrabha's camera as well. This is going to be, I think Mitrabha is the top seed going into this the round two of the open section of the men's here, and we see he's clearly not amused. Sahil. He has just used 50 seconds, so he definitely has an idea. And, let me check. Has it come from your favorite London opening, Sahil?
Not only is London my favorite opening, it is the London actually. But in fact, Dushyant Sharma is my favorite opening in the entire world because I have the best record against him. So London is a great weapon against Dushyant. I don't know if Mitrava saw my games there, but that would be sad for me. But anyways, I think c4 now, great move by Dushyant, kicking the bishop back. And now it just makes it a bit more logical. Black can start pushing these pawns. He can also take on e5 and move this bishop off the excellent diagonal pointing towards the black king.
Yeah, beautiful move by Dushyant. But the only thing I think that's against him is his time. And if you could get Dushyant's camera, please, producer G, because that's a wonderful angle. I think he has a very amazing background there, Dushyant. We see his guitar and a treadmill, which, like Black's clock, isn't really working out.
Wow, I think he's ready for both. So if he wins, he celebrates with a nice guitar performance, and if he suffers and loses, then he's out for a hard run. So I can relate to that. I've done more runs than guitars, but he looks zoned in, Rakesh. I think he's not going to go down without a fight, regardless of who his opponent is.
Absolutely, and I think that's kudos to him. And he sadly got the toughest pairing, but I think Dushyant wants to ensure, even if I go down, I won't go down without a fight. So he's trying that.
Sure.
We hope to see a comeback in this game. Let me check if any other game excites me. Sahil, Suyog Wag. No, that's the same position.
Actually,
Still,
maybe we can jump to the Adi against Roman game because Adi is leading 1-0. And look at the position he has, Rakesh. I mean, this is just, if a genie drops, if you rub that magic lamp and a genie pops up and he asks you, what chess position do you want? This is what you basically ask the genie, right? I mean, it's just crushing.
yeah, I think White has everything going for him. Pawns are already up. I can castle on either side, left or right side, and still White is the more comfortable position. And you see Roman clearly not very happy with his position. And, White has the open file on the D line. The pawn is there that is there to be attacked. Beautiful outpost on knight on D5. Sahil, you were absolutely right. It's a dream or a wishful position.
And talking about dreams, I think Tushar's dream is under fire right now from Aradhya Garg, who's better with the black pieces and has a great move to seal the deal. Pawn to e5, just blowing open the center, and you can't really take because the pawn is pinned. Your king on f2, the king. Remember, the purpose of the game is to checkmate the king, not to hold up pawns, Rakesh, and this is just a deadly blow.
Yeah, and it's looking like the end of the road for our YouTuber there. But Tushar, he'll be happy with how he performed, and definitely some content coming late to the game, like Magnus did. But I think Aradhya is going to get this one home, I feel.
Yeah, this is looking smooth. Tushar will put up a fight there. Let's see if the game becomes a bit more spicy at the end. Meanwhile, Vak Suyog seems to have a winning position. We talked about how this was the only draw in round one. I think Vak Suyog taking a huge leap towards sealing the deal.
Absolutely, Sahil. I fully agree. And looks like, he's just a healthy pawn up. And these pawns are going to start running on the left side of the board. And there's not much Joseph could do.
Yeah, and no time advantage either. I mean, he's going to try for a while, defend the a2 pawn, keep everything defended. And what White is hoping for, in fact, all players who are losing are hoping for the game to last as long as possible. So if Black just sits tight, maybe in time pressure, they get a chance. That's why you see Black saying, I am wasting no time. I have a passed pawn. I'm going to push it.
Yeah, and sadly, the reason why white is toasted is because even if you get in your knight with knight f4, for example, in the last previous move, there is a pin. So the rook is going to capture. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So the rook is going to swing across, and you can't do much. So I think, Sal, you're right. Suyog is going to go through from this match. Looks like.
By the way, Vedant, I think, is about to lose as well. He lost the first game and he's also getting crushed in the second one. I just see an extra piece for Black here, Rakesh, and absolutely no counterplay whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like Vedant Bhaiya. In fact, I'm shocked he lost that game, Sahil, where
Hmm.
the crazy G3 idea. So he
Hmm.
lost that, and I think with that he also lost the momentum. In fact, by rating, Vedant is the favorite to go through, but it is Isuru from Sri Lanka who springs the surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see upsets can happen always. And meanwhile, jump into the Diptyan Ghosh game. It feels like Diptyan has a very strong move in the position, queen to g4, threatening checkmate in one. Oh, although he takes on e4, and suddenly the game is a bit. Oh, queen d1, temporarily sacrificing the
Oh,
queen.
and Rook C1 was
Oh,
possible. I think both players missed that. Like Dittan missed his flight to Paris, but maybe Sahil, he can catch a flight to Mumbai if he qualifies to the GCL main event in December in Mumbai. So maybe that is still possible. But kudos to Ashish also. He's not going down without a fight, Sahil.
yeah, and I think maybe he didn't take because he knew after the queen trade, rook c1, everything would get traded and it would be a draw. And he can't
Yeah.
really afford a draw. He needs a win, and that puts you in a very weird situation, right? You have a draw against a grandmaster, you have to say no to it. Imagine, yeah. I mean, Elon Musk shows up and
Rare.
says, "Here's $5 million." You're like, "No, I don't need it." I mean, you just can't accept it. Yes, it's a weird situation to be in. And now knight h5, threatening capturing on g7, and now you're going to struggle.
Oh yeah, I think bishop to g6 blocking the queen's line might be a good option there. But apart from that, I think Deep Tank definitely the favorite pre-game and even looks like right now.
By the way, we have the first result, I think. Joe Bruin has lost his second game
Oh
as well.
oh
His queen apparently just got trapped on g4, or what was it? Because the knight is hanging, yeah? So it's very hard. He just forgot the queen, maybe.
oh! I think
Wait,
he didn't
that's.
see that his queen was hanging. Probably
Oh. Ooh, that
tough.
was a tough, yeah?
Yeah, tough
Yeah.
loss for Joe, and I think he is knocked out with that. But kudos to Fateh, who will be seen more of in tomorrow's clash. And in fact, I'll just look at the pairings. Looks like Fateh will play the winner of Roman versus Alok Sinha. So can we check out that game, Sahil? Just to see
Yeah.
who Fateh, who's the lowest rated player in the field, whom will he face?
He's going to have a tough match tomorrow if White plays like he's playing today, because look at the position. And you know what the best move in the position is, Chad? If anybody's up for grabs, you want to guess it. It is knight f6. It is knight f6, and simply pushing
Wow,
g7, rook g8. You can just take the knight and then
crazy.
start pushing the h pawn. It's just, I mean, you're going to get potentially a new queen in the middle game, Rakesh, in the middle game. Wow.
Yeah, rook captures, queen h5 check incoming. So many possibilities for white, and yeah, I think I definitely wouldn't want to be in Roman's shoes here.
Yeah, this is about to end. Meanwhile, one look at the Tushar game. I think he has resigned. He's a piece down. And with that, Aradhya
Mm.
Garg knocks out Tushar and goes to the next round with a 2-0 clean victory. I think Tushar had his moments, played some good chess, but Aradhya was just the stronger player on the day.
Yeah, and it's like two Delhi boys fighting for a spot in Mumbai. Finally, it's the stronger player, Aradhya Garg, who moves on for tomorrow's matchup. And if he wins tomorrow as well, Aradhya will be joining us in round three of the GCL. That is the knockout challengers in the road to GCL.
Yep. And now we are at the Vaxio game. As we discussed, we had a few pass pawns
Ah,
here. So Black
uh-huh.
just gave the pass pawn. in the hopes of grabbing a few more. So Black is trying to keep it safe. And very importantly, he's ahead on the clock. So he can do this. He can afford to do this because he's ahead on the clock. He's still not risking anything here.
Yeah, and Sahil, like you mentioned, the only trick that White can do is just keep playing fast and hoping for some tricks on the time. Because remember, Chad, we are playing with 0 seconds of increment. So any blunders or pre-moves can happen, mouse slips can happen in bullet chess.
True. 50 seconds now. If you take, I think I'm going to take with the pawn, even start pushing that knight. White hoping for a repetition, but I think
Yeah.
that's just not going to happen, unfortunately. By the way, Mitrapa Guha has won his second game as well with the white pieces, and that means he also knocks out Dushan Sharma with a 2-0 victory. Adi has also won. What a final position, Rakesh. I mean, the king must be feeling left out. Yeah, I'm like, at least put me on e6. I mean, at least.
Yeah. Like, give me something. I think a minor upset coming in the Deeptan is the Ashish Panda game, where looks like Deeptan, the professional, knows that he doesn't need a win, is happy with the draw, but Ashish Panda can take away and tell his parents and family that he today has drawn against a grandmaster.
Although if the bishop trade happens, Rakesh, we've seen how tricky pawn end games are. Like, this could go either way. If, for example, bishop f6, I mean, I don't know, gf6, you never know how this will end. For now, both players avoiding that trade.
Yeah, both players avoiding, but Deeptan can definitely use some tricks using his experience, and Black has just 1 minute 35 seconds on the clock. Now maybe bishop coming back to the center, and he could have tried to trade the pieces.
Wow. Very interesting. And Diptan being very careful with the bishop. He doesn't want to see a pawn end game because that can go either way, as we usually know. So let's see what happens.
And let's quickly come to Suyog game, because only White has 15 seconds, or 30 seconds. Ooh. All results are possible.
And loosen up position again. Who said we don't see the loosen up?
35 seconds for Suyog. Can he do it?
He will. Yeah, he will.
Yeah. Now,
I feel like I'm quoting Interstellar, but he will, I feel.
New queen, 5 seconds. Any stalemate?
He's not even giving up. Yeah, that's over. So Vak Suyog also wins. And so far, it doesn't feel like we're having any tie breaks whatsoever.
Oh, Silent, wow. You predicted 3.
I mean, I was talking about the entire day, Rakesh. I mean, obviously. Okay. Obviously. I mean.
And if we go to the last remaining game, Sahil, Deeptan is the only remaining game. And that game has also ended in a draw.
Yeah, and let's have a look at all the results. So first of all, Diptyan goes through with 1.5 half. Mitrava Guha wins 2-0, a crushing victory. Adi64 Bond wins with 2-0 as well. Aradhya Garg wins 2-0. Vak Suyog wins 1.5 half. Isuru Alakun wins 2-0. And then Joe Bruin losing 0-2, unfortunately. And also Harshal Patil, I think we missed that game somehow, but he has also won 2-0. So crushing victories today, 0 games to the tiebreakers.
Yeah, 0 games to the tiebreakers. And that was a round 1 of the men's section here, Sahil, where we had 8 very juicy games, matches actually. And I think overall, looks like the favorites went through, whereas the challengers could take, like a draw from a grandmaster, and definitely a load of experience from this titled KO, that is the titled knockouts. And yeah, exciting start to the GCL, road to GCL here, Sahil. And you know what? Next up are the women's section that are going to be playing very soon, Sahil.
Yeah, I think that's going to start after a short break. So let's go for a short break and come on the other side with some exciting games. chat, we are back. And what exciting games we witnessed just a few minutes back. I mean, knockouts, some players with broken hearts and some players with renewed ambitions. Welcome, Rakesh Bhai. It's time for the women's section now. And of course, we're going to have 8 happy faces and 8 sad ones. So which games are going to be your favorite ones?
So I'm very excited. We have 16 strong women players, out of which 8 will move on, 8 will have to go home. And I'm looking at the title players look like the heavy favorites here. Of course, we have Mitra Hejaziapur from France, and also earlier she used to represent Iran. Rucha Pujari from India WIM. Jessie February is a strong WIM from South Africa as well as Catherine Reneke from Germany. So a lot of truly a global chess league of sorts here, Sahil, and looks like, according to me, as we saw in the men's section, it might be the title players who will go through to tomorrow's finale.
Yeah, but this is the moment if, for example, you feel you want to qualify, this is really on a strike. And of course, I am in that boat with you, Rakesh. I think the title players seem to be the clear favorites as of now. And a lot of streamers, again, I can see Rucha Pujari there, who's also a streamer. Jesse February, we know, is a streamer. Hannah Sayes is a streamer. Maybe I'm missing some others as
and
well.
We can see her. We have liftoff.
Oh, wow.
Let's go. Yeah, Australia's Hannah Sayes is definitely wanting to score that record on stream when she does it. So we'll be checking out her game as well. And this is game between Angel Ruth from Indonesia, Sahil, and looks like she is playing somebody almost 1,000 points lower than her.
Rakesh, I think sometimes it can happen, players who are much lower rated can give you a surprise, right? I mean, that's why FIDE was so worried, right? They changed the rules because sometimes it does happen that, you can have some upsets. And if you become a bit overconfident, suddenly you blunder a pawn and suddenly you feel the pressure. There's no increment, so anything is possible.
Yeah, for sure. And, there's no result can be taken for granted. And let's remind our chat, it's a 2-game mini match. Chat, 1.5 is the dream score. You score 1 win and a draw or 2 wins, and you go smoothly sailing into the Super Sunday finale tomorrow for round 2 of the Tech Mahindra GCL, the third edition.
Yep, and you can see a blue arrow yet again. It's showing the best move, the only move in the position. But I think white can also play it slow, Rakesh, right? I mean, for example, knight c2, knight e3, somehow getting to that f5 square, I think is crucial. And that's why that d5 move is a great find by black. And now you can start pressuring both these pawns, and white has no time to get to these important squares.
Yeah, that's going to be a toughie. And we see, the knight come into c4 for white, and black it just might have overextend a little bit. Side.
Oh, that's a mistake. The s3 pawn has been grabbed.
Go on. Wow. I think that's a blunder. That's a big blunder, and Angel is not going to be losing out on freebies like that.
Absolutely, and this is where the nerves stand out, right? You sense yourself better against a much stronger player. You want to attack instantly. You don't hold on for that extra couple of seconds, and you miss a free pawn, and suddenly the same weaknesses that you were about to use suddenly become a strength. And now these pawns are pushing forward, and the white king side looks quite weak. So I think black here kind of steamrolling white. Next game, it's Jesse Nikki February against Swiss Fevrier. So very interesting position as well.
Looks like a very nice wordplay, that her opponent has done. But yeah, Jesse, a very strong player from South Africa who's in Saudi Arabia currently. So definitely a global star there. And pawn takes c5 was not played. And you see black's bar coming down, Sahil.
Yeah, but that pawn sometimes can be poisoned. You really have to be careful. But here, I think white is not set up to utilize it well. And black should just grab that. And if knight d2, then the c3 pawn can also fall. And of course, long term, once b2 falls, that a3 pawn is a long-term weakness. And then the a pawn runs. Although black doesn't take it, Rakesh. Very interesting.
Yeah, she She was worried maybe of losing the a4 pawn, the one on the
Hmm.
leftmost file. So she protects that and she attacks the weak pawn twice. One thing which Jesse has to watch out for is the time. Remember, chat, there is no increment. 10 plus 0 flat. If you lose those 10 minutes, even if you're a queen up, it's say you can say bye bye to the game.
Yeah, knight d2, excellent move. If you play knight takes b2, suddenly queen b1 is a killer move with the idea of rook a2 and so on. And basically, you are just dusted. You're just gone.
But this didn't happen, right? Like,
Yeah, this didn't happen. I think 97, but again, I think White has some chances here. So tough battle ahead for Jesse here. Let's see if she can strike back. Meanwhile, another title player fighting it out against somebody who's a username Weak Player 2011. So Rakesh, it feels like reverse psychology. Yeah, you want to make
mhm.
sure your opponent is a bit overconfident, then that's when you strike back.
Probably, but kudos to both these women players. Jesse's opponent as well as Mitra's opponent here. Both are doing some kind of wordplay there because they know their opponents are the heavy favorites to go through.
Hmm.
As we see Mitra, who's a multiple time Asian and gold medalist at the youth categories. So a very strong player, and now she's playing from France. And will be looking forward to making the trip across to Mumbai, India. Sai.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it would be glad to see as many foreign players as well. A nice
Mhm.
experience to visit India itself. And as of now, I look at these bishops, the bishop on f4, the bishop on h3. It feels like White again here is dominating the game. I can imagine. I know it's a question mark, but the best move is e5, which is already not that easy to play. And White again seems to be in slight control.
Yeah, for sure. I think white is in control here, and e5 looking very tough. And look at black's pawn structure. Those clump of pawns, there are way too many clump of pawns which can't
Hmm.
defend each other. And that is why, along with the two bishops, white is definitely in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, for once, pawns would like to move diagonally, maybe instead of capturing that way, but that's not going to
Yeah.
happen. So, king h7, and you see the bar jumping up. It's practically a difficult position to play for black, even though it might be holdable. Meanwhile, we have another game between Cheeky Chess and Katerina. I would say
Huh?
rating wise, it's pretty even, Stevens, but of course, the title player again seems to be slightly better, and maybe there's going to be some queenside pressure here.
Yeah, and it's I can see from the notes that Shrishti Sarkar is playing against Katharina here, and we remember Katharina when she asked the question about Ding chilling at the last World Championship between Gukesh and Ding. So she definitely knows how to create content. Can she create some good moves, Sahil? That's the question as we see Katharina's camera, though it looks like a little fuzzy.
I think now A5 at some point, that's the worry, right, Rakesh? Because if you
Uh-huh.
take, you kind of damage your structure. If you play B5, then the pawn is hanging. And do you have enough counterplay? I'm not so sure for the pawn. And if you move this knight ever, then knight E4 is just kind of, taking hold of the entire position. So time is balanced. It's going to be a tough game, but black in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, looks like, and I think 1813 is Katrina's rating and 2027. So white the rating favorite, but black has the title. I think all three results possible. And Teku, I feel this might be the closest matchup that we will have today. So on that note, we let's have a look around to Hannah's game as well, because I think her streaming setup is insane, Sahel. What
Yeah.
absolutely loved it.
Yeah, I was actually taking notes on the streaming setup more than the games, unfortunately. But yes, insane streaming setup. And to be honest, an insane position as well. I look at the knight on e4
Wow,
attacking the
yeah.
queen, and suddenly white has the only move queen c1, which is, I mean, yeah, but also like, I mean, I'm quite nervous about my queen or my rook or something getting trapped here. There's one pin here, knight c2 incoming, a pass pawn in the opening on the third rank, by the way. So looks quite a dangerous position for white.
Very dangerous. And I'm not sure in which part of Australia she's from, but roughly the average time is around 4 a.m. Australia time. So kudos to Hannah for playing at such hours. But Sal, this is what the Global Chess League is all about. She has been given a chance and looks like she's going to grab it, Sal.
And also, I think Hannah is one of those players who started, focusing more on chess during, the recent boom chess has seen, and she's become very
Mhm.
strong. Now we see her fighting here. Her opponent, I think, has a much lower rating, but she's also putting up a tough fight for now, holding fort,
Oh yeah.
blow for blow, and it's going to be very, very interesting. Meanwhile, I don't see the Rucha Pujari game there, maybe for some reason. So, which game shall we jump to, Rakesh?
Yeah, I don't see the Rucha game either. Let's maybe have a look at Angels game again.
Hmm.
Not sure what happened
Oh,
there,
by the way,
but
we've
it
not
looks
seen
like.
one game. I think that's Dazzle 06 against and Gianni, and this is the current position. And it seems like we have
Uh-huh.
missed a very beautiful tactic here, yeah. So anybody watching, I think
Oh.
this is the moment to turn on your puzzle rush mode because White just played Bishop takes F7. What a move! King takes, and Rakesh, there are multiple ways. Yeah, Queen B3 check picks up this bishop, or Knight E5 picks up this. I love a buffet of bishops, Rakesh. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. And, kudos to White on actually finding this. We normally say, look for check capture threats. CCT is like a very important principle every player should look out for. And she does it. She does it in style, bringing the king out in the open, capturing the bishop. She's going to use that open king to her advantage. And I think White is going to take this one home.
Yeah, and the time is enough. 5 minutes is enough to take this home. So as of now, White dominating. By the way, apparently, Angel Ruth has just kind of gained the edge after this slightly awkward move, knight to h7 by Black. I think maybe she was trying to get the bishop straight off, but somehow it just feels too passive to me.
Yeah, and I think Angel playing with the white pieces already won her game, so she's in the lead. And remember, chat, you need to score just 1.5 out of 2 to sail through to tomorrow's finale of this section. And looks like Bishop F6, Knight F5 coming in for white, and I think Angel from Indonesia is going to get this one.
Yeah, a night. I think if we have to, create a roadmap of
Uh-huh.
squares where the knight is the most dangerous, right? I think on every square of the board, if you have every square included, I think the f5 square will be the most dangerous. Maybe d6 puts up a tough fight, but I think the
Mhm.
f5 will be the core red, yeah, really hard red because that's where it's the most dangerous, and that's why you see bishop f5 the best move. No surprises. You want to kick off that knight before you see some hanky panky happening.
Absolutely, you want to get rid of it, and I think she does get rid of it. But now this opens up the E line for the rook along the center file, and that is also coming in with its challenges. And Shweta plays pawn to a6. White's play is, on autopilot. Just get the
Hmm.
rooks in, use the center, get attacking, and looks like she will be going through with a 2-0 win in this match.
Yeah, only one result so far. I think another interesting game, if you go back to this game, the Bishop 7-1, Black has just given a check. And it's kind of, you
Oh.
feel like, Black is the one attacking, but after King F1 or even King D2, suddenly, hello, Rook coming to E1. Who's the one really attacking here? It's White.
I think it's white all the way. Dazzling is dazzling with success. What a nice game here. Both rooks coming to the center file. Black captures. Don't worry, just recapture. The black king on e8 is stuck. Can't go anywhere. And I think she has some nice music in the background that we can
Yeah, yeah,
see
yeah.
on the TV. She's rocking with her performance. Let's go. I think one of the best games of the round.
Yeah, and imagine the Black Knight being on E4. Maybe there could be some counterplay, but to attack
Yeah.
your opponent's king, you need pieces, and Black's pieces are right now sitting at home, maybe listening to the song. Yeah, a crazy song behind us, so I can understand. But as of now, White dominating the game.
Completely. And oh, let's go to Mitra's game. Looks like she has blundered. What?
Really? Oh, wait,
Sahil, what
what?
was what? No
Wait,
way.
what?
Blundered a rook.
I cannot believe she played Rook D8. That is just. Oh.
No way. Look at her. Yeah, she is trying to show a poker face, but clearly, Sahil, this is not
Ooh.
what she had in mind. White is now
Rakesh,
pieced down for nothing.
it's the username, Rakesh. I'm telling you, it's the username. Yeah, it's the weak player
220 IQ.
username. The reverse psychology, coming handy. And if White had the bishop on e3, I would say White can still put up a fight. But f2 is crumbling, and if f2 crumbles with this queen's diagonal, I think it is all falling apart for White. She needs a miracle to escape this one.
She definitely does. And 700 points higher rated, but Mitra blundering a rook. This is why we love the beautiful sport. It's a great leveler, weak player. I think will maybe born in 2011 might spring up our first a big upset of the day, Sahil.
And of course, upsets mean we are more likely to go into a tiebreak because
Uh-huh.
the title
Yeah.
player might strike back. So it's great news because
Wow.
wow.
Beautiful. You capture my queen, I capture your queen with a check.
Wow.
Sahil, I'm
Fascinating
impressed
chess.
with weak player. I'm impressed with the weak player.
I think we have to ask her to change her username. This is definitely not a weak play, clearly. Yeah. So as of now, playing some amazing chess. Although time is still a huge factor here, so I wouldn't count out White just yet. But as of now, Rook F2 check incoming. You can basically chop off all these pawns, and it just feels like the game is over. Yeah, close to being over.
And you know what? I think she has played such a nice game. The 14-year-old Aishani Pathak deserves a big round of applause, chat. 1774 is her feed SO, even it's very close to her chess.com rating as well.
Hmm.
So what a story. And this is where, GCL, where dreams are made up of. What an opportunity Aishani got, and she has taken it with both hands. But Sahil, it's not yet over. She has only 90
Yeah.
seconds on the clock.
Yeah, if she can hold her nerves, I think she will get an epic victory here. Meanwhile, as we've not had a single result in the other games, but in one
Wow.
matchup, we've had two. And Angel Ruth has just, look at the final position, Rakesh. Beautiful game, yeah, to
Amazing.
win 2-0.
Amazing. Yeah, I think the most one-sided game that we saw. Kudos on to Shweta, for putting up a fight, but Angel definitely the stronger one. Checkmate on the board. We have not seen a lot of that, Sahil. And well done. Angel is the first qualifier for tomorrow's final, and we see Rucha's camera. Maybe her opponent has showed up finally.
I don't see her game just yet, so maybe we'll come back to it pretty soon.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, maybe we can check the game of Dazzle because I think that's also the king now. Rakesh, by coming to the center, literally. And
Wow.
I don't think she thinks he's king of the hill. Like I would totally do it. But what a crazy play! Huh? What a crazy position to have.
Yeah, I think both Aishani and Dazzle have impressed me the most in this. Take it with the pawn. Capture with the
Wow.
pawn.
Okay. She
Ooh,
wants to keep it safe. Yeah, wants to grab
yeah,
this,
that's
give a
fair.
check.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I think she's completely winning. Black under a minute and can resign, Sahil, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we jump to the game of Jesse February. And now we saw this crazy position, right? But it's really, really turned out to be completely winning for Black. Queen G3
Mhm.
check, and it is checkmate in two.
Let's go. I think Jessie with coming clutch with the win here against her namesake, nice little wordplay by White, but finally Jessie getting the checkmate. She just needs a draw to move on. And can we go back to Mitra's game, Sahil?
Absolutely. I
That's
think,
the big one. Top
yeah.
seed Mitra Hijaziapur.
Okay, Rakesh, do you think she somehow holds it or do you think Black wins?
I think it's going to be the nerves. And producer G, if we could get Aishani Pathak's camera as well, because a young player about to taste her big success would be amazing to see her reactions.
A nice move, Bishop d6, forcing White to move back and
Mhm.
grabbing another pawn. Keep in mind, White needs at least one pawn to win the game. So if Black can
Yeah,
just play a5, a4, even if she loses on time, she's not going to lose this one. a4, nice move. Wow, beautiful chess.
smart play. And you see, we can see Aishani above us. She looks unfazed. She's locked in. She is going to get the W, I feel. It's going to be game over for Mitra, but not yet match over because remember, it's a two-game mini match, Sahil.
Yeah, it's as fair as it gets, and you can see White, okay, now she's queening. I think it's just about speed now. The game is just pretty much done. Oh, White doesn't take. Interesting.
Oh, maybe some stalemate trick incoming, Sahil. Can we keep checking, keep winning? This is what I teach all my students, Sahil. Oh, that's a risky move, but
Oh, risky, yeah, risky, very risky
very
actually.
risky. Very risky. Keep checking, keep winning. Simple mantra.
Okay, now
Yes,
she's
the
doing the
ladder.
typical, yeah, the
Yeah,
ladder
the
mate,
ladder
very
check.
safe. And that's it. What an epic upset there, defeating the stronger title player. And she's taken a 1-0 lead in her mini match. Rakesh, that's amazing.
That's huge. And Mitra has to strike back to give us our first Armageddon of the day. And kudos to Hannah as well, because she has won a very hard fought game and goes into round two, game two as the favorite to qualify.
And look at the final position. I mean, absolute
Amazing.
destruction on the board. The bishops in the center of the board looking beautiful. So, and a pass. Let's not forget that pawn on B2, which is technically a
Yeah,
queen, Rakesh.
of course, of course. It's almost.
Yeah. Meanwhile, after winning that game with Black, Chesapeake is already winning this game as White because she seems to
Mhm.
have an extra piece. Black just took on E5 and forgot that White can capture with the pawn. Ooh, that is hard to digest.
I think this is where nerves and you keep thinking about the last game, so might have gone wrong there, but yeah, looks like Jesse February is going to tomorrow's round with this time.
Yeah, she's the stronger player. And again, it's very important when you are ahead on the position, you're winning, you want to exchange pieces. The more you exchange, the lesser chances your opponent has to create a counterplay attack. And that's what you see, yeah, trying to exchange pieces, Black refusing to trade pieces. So that's the battle going on this board. White dominating right now. By the way, Katrina did win her first game and she's fighting in her second game right now. What do you make of this position, Rakesh?
That's an interesting opening, trying to get the queen out early. White will love to take advantage of the center. It's a Catalan position,
Hmm.
and White would love to push the pawn in the center, kicking away Black's knight. And wait,
Oh, but
is she winning?
Queen G7.
That's a huge blunder.
If the bishop
Cheeky
was,
chess.
yeah, if the bishop was
Not
on a
such a
C1, you
cheeky
could,
move.
yeah, you could play bishop 6 and take on B2 and win the rook, but the bishop is on C1, defend. Oh, she doesn't play it as well.
Misses.
Wow.
I think she was afraid of bishop f6 and some kind of a queen trap there.
Yeah.
I think this is Shrishti Sarkar that we see on the camera above us. This is the fair play camera, and really nice angle here where we can see, all the games are being checked by our staff and to ensure fair games. And Bishop takes d8, Sahil. As White having the 1 point lead, needing just a draw, looks like a dream position for Katharina.
I think that's why she didn't take on G7 as well, right? Practical play.
No
She
risk.
realizes she doesn't need to
Mhm.
do anything fancy. She needs to play a solid game. She's better. Let me exchange queens, which removes most of the counterplay that Black could create. And I have a very equal position. We saw Diptyan do the same in the Diptyan, I think, in the
Yeah.
last matchup as well. And that's what White is doing. Pretty safe.
Yeah, actually, it doesn't matter if you win 2-0 or 1.5. The goal for today is to qualify for tomorrow, stay alive one more day. Then you qualify for round three. That is going to happen on 10th, 11th, and 12th of October for the GCL KO challengers. That's going to happen next. But yeah, Bishop F4, I think, only move, but that's for the advantage, right, Sai?
Yeah, I mean, you could play H3 here, and White is not really risking
Uh-huh.
much. After
Yeah.
bishop F4, you basically prevent E5. And that means, your bishop on C8, all the bishops looking a bit awkward on the back rank. I mean, you want the bishops to be on active squares, and that's why bishop F4 would be a great idea. Bishop G5, also pretty decent, kind of, putting pressure on the knight there. E5 could be an idea to open up my bishop, but you can't even develop, right? If bishop D7, I take on F6 and pick up the bishop here.
Yep. Looks very tough. And You don't want to be in black's position. The pieces are inactive. You are a game down. The match pressure is there, Sahil. I think white has played this to perfection.
Yeah, and time situation looking pretty comfortable as well. Meanwhile, Rakesh, I'm going through the games. If we have a result, like a two-game result, none so far. So let's go to the game of Dazzle underscore 06 again. It seems like black is dominating and has the interesting move pawn to f3. And suddenly, the white king is like, I thought we were a family. White pieces, where are you guys? If you draw a rectangle here, there
Yeah.
are no white pieces apart from the king, only pawns.
I mean, that's a fascinating rectangle that you have drawn, Sahil. And what a great point you make. It's like the board is actually split into half. All
Yeah,
of pieces are on the left side. It's like everybody has gone ahead, but they have forgotten the most important piece, and that's the king.
yeah,
So dazzling chess can maybe dazzle once again if she
yeah.
attacks White's king.
Reminds me of the Home Alone movie. Yeah, they've forgotten the main character at home, and now the thieves are about to enter. So very interesting position. I think Black has to strike though. This is not a permanent advantage. G5 also with the similar idea. You want to play G4 and break open on the king side. And once F3 does not give me the correct vibes, Rakesh. And G4 Queen H4 incoming.
Yeah, F3 is like Kevin keeping the door open for the thieves in
Yeah.
Home Alone. Not a very good example there. Finally bringing some bishops. And remember, Dazzle is on one. So it's Angie who has to really win. The onus is on the white player to actually win this game. Otherwise, she is out of the GCL KO.
Rakesh, you will not believe this, but we're going to jump to the game of Mitra against Weak Player 2011. And
Uh-huh.
guess who's better?
The
It
strong
is
player or the
White.
weak player?
Uh, there is no weak player here,
Yeah.
Rakesh. And White is just completely winning.
Wow. Wow,
Wow.
that's huge, Sahil. And kudos to I don't want to call her weak player. I mean, it just feels wrong to call her.
Yeah.
So Aishani Pathak has played amazing chess. She benefited from Mitra's blunder in the last game when she was a little minus. But this game, I think it has been one-sided traffic. White has played very good chess and looks like, in fact, not just 1.5, but we might see a 2-0 win for White side.
Wow. I think Black probably fell into the same trap. I think I remember Hikaru against Prague. I think it was the World Cup or some other event where Hikaru needed a must win. Like he kind of went gung ho and sacrificed everything. And, sometimes you don't need to do that. You can just play a solid game. You just panic a bit when you know you can get knocked out if you draw even. And I think you can see the rook on G5, that kind of signals that Black was forcing an attack rather than creating one. And now you see,
Yep.
I mean, there is no attack. In fact, White is the one suddenly who can attack your rook whenever she wants, can push the pawn, rook c1, attacking c6, and there is no counterplay.
Yeah, I feel White has a dream position, more time on the clock. Weak player about to eliminate the strongest player of this women's section. I think a great play by her. I would like to quickly check in and just update you guys that we have Rucha Pujari who has won her match and she is through to tomorrow's match. And alongside, Fafa Aini is also through. Looks like Bhavika Giani couldn't make it, so Fafa is also through there. And yes,
Yeah.
this one is the biggest upset that you were mentioning.
Yeah, and now I think jumping to Hannah's game where she has the white pieces, this is a must win for her opponent. Will not be easy. The weaker player with the black pieces, and right now white seems to have a nice position. Queenside castles. Isn't the bishop just? Wait, something looks weird about black's position. Is she materially down already, or what's happening?
Yeah, I think Black's gambited or sacrificed a few pawns,
Hmm.
couple of pawns there, and I think just one pawn. Oh, free bishop! What? It's a free bishop for
Wait,
Hannah,
what?
and she takes it.
Wow.
What just happened there? But kudos to
Ooh.
you. You see, Hannah has a poker face. She thinks she's not letting the opponent know if it's a trap or not. But I think she's very happy because it's a free gift and she's playing at these late hours. So definitely a very important win. And with that, Australia will also have representation tomorrow in the Super Sunday match.
Yeah, and you usually have a pawn on C7. I think it's just you don't realize, the bishop is kind of hanging. So understandable
Yep, yep.
mistake, but a harsh one nonetheless. Now she plays Queen A5. She realizes she cannot really exchange queens. That's her only hope remaining. But Bishop C4 check. Even Rook D5 is incoming. This just feels very risky.
Yeah, and I think we were on some kind of a delay or something because now we see her singing, we see her dancing, and she definitely knows that she's completely winning. And Hannah says will be going through most likely with a 2-0 win today, and I think well deservedly so.
Indeed. And we're going through Queen A3. You see how practical, she's practical chess she's playing. She knows Black's
Yep.
only hope is the queen. Let's trade it off, even at the cost of doubling my pawns, and just end all hopes that Black could have. And Black now either has to, what can Black do? Yeah, you have to go to Queen C7, but then you're allowing Knight B5, Knight D5. After Knight D5, you can't even take, because Queen F8 is checkmate. So it's just, really harsh for Black.
Indeed, really harsh indeed. And let's quickly check in how our friend from South Africa is doing. So Jessie February looks like about to punch her ticket with a 2-0 win. Yet again, we saw her with a very nice play in the opening style, and now just it looks like game over.
Yeah, she looks very serious, actually. Completely in contrast to how she looks, smiling in her content. But that's how chess players are. They zone in when they're focused. They realize how serious this game is. It means a lot to chess players. And you can see these passed pawns now. All she has to do is push one of them, and Black will have to give up a bishop for them, and then she will probably resign. Although time may be slightly a factor in this game still, Rakesh.
Yeah, a time might be a factor for sure. But I think with her experience, she is the African women's champion as well in the past. So definitely experience on her side, and Jessie should be taking this one home. But is Aishani Pathak taking it home, Sahil? That's the question of the hour today.
Oof, I'm gonna quickly jump to that game because that's such a crazy match. And I think maybe, this is not as simple as it was earlier, but still within White's grasp, right? Because White just needs a draw.
That is the main issue here. Mitra Hijaziapur has played even the Olympiad for the Iranian women's team, but Aishani Pathak, I think this will be a day for her to remember because she makes a blunder, Sahil, as I say that. Commentator curse is real.
But do you think she finds it? Rook C8, for example, doesn't work because there's Knight E7. So she has to find Queen C8. Only move, dream opportunity. She misses it. Completely missed.
And the queen just moved from C8, Sahil. A couple of moves back, the queen was there. She moved to the corner, had to come back to get the W. But now, are there some tricks like Bishop D4 check and some tactics on the E line?
Definitely some tricks. By the way, we have Rucha in the chat. Nice games, Rucha. I think there were some technical glitches. We couldn't really see the exact moves, but glad to have you on the chat and hoping you win more games. And meanwhile, Bishop D4 check, Rakesh, the move you mentioned, indeed a very sharp move, because if I take, you pick up my rook and suddenly my king has to walk, with your queen still on the board. I would like my king back on H1, safe and sound.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, congrats to Rucha. We wish you the best for tomorrow. The rook goes back. Aishani has a sip of water, very important to calming her nerves down. Black under 2 minutes. That's very, very little time, Sahil. It's not an end game yet. What's your prediction, Sahil? Putting you on the spot.
I think Mitra will strike back somehow. She'll find a way because the nerves, although she has 2 minutes, I think the stronger player might show better nerves in this crunch position. Although it's anybody's game. The rook is now pinned, by the way. behind the king. So king gets set. Oh, threatening queen e1 checkmate.
Wow, that's a
Oh,
very
wow.
sneaky checkmating idea. I think very easy to miss. She misses it. Wow. Katrina did like a
Wow.
mic drop and just closed the Zoom window on us because with a what a checkmate. Eshani, who had played such a nice game, misses the checkmate, Sahil. What was that?
I think it just proves to win at chess games, you have to create threats. And that was an epic comeback. Look at the time difference, Rakesh. There was a huge time difference. All white had to do was keep fighting, drag this for longer. Apparently, just bishop e3 was just dead equal, but not an easy move to find when your king is in the open, as you mentioned. And black has struck back. So we're going to see a first tiebreak. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the other games. Chesse Nikki February has won, so she wins 2-0.
Yeah.
Weak clearly striking back, so we'll see what happens there. And we have another result incoming soon on this board.
Yeah, Hannah is also through, guys. Team Australia, let us know in the chat. And yeah, Dazzle about to dazzle us once again, getting a new queen here, most likely. And looks like it will be 2-0 for her. So Sahil, finally, you wanted an Armageddon and you are going to be rewarded with one.
Yeah, I think Armageddon is always a lot of fun. The nerves are at the peak because both players have either not tasted a victory or both have tasted a victory, and both are kind of in that situation where you see insane mistakes happen. I think in those Armageddons, you see nerves, you see panic on the faces, and that's what you want to see in a sport. And right now, I think Rook D1 check is the idea. Basically, Black is saying, I will not even allow you to give up your rook for the pawn. I'm going to exchange rooks and just get a new queen.
Yeah, I think looks like very easy win for Black. And kudos to her for not pushing the pawn to a queen, but actually playing the best move, which will now force White to give up her rook, and the queen will be there for free. So
Yeah.
I think very easy win incoming for Black, and I think very well played over the two games. And I think Black qualifies as the most deserving player in the match.
Yep. And also, I think we have cheeky chess against Katarina. So we saw Katarina win the first game. And the second game feels like I think
Ah,
she's also going to seal her path to the next round. At least a draw for White. I can't imagine White losing this with that pawn on a6.
yeah, more time as well. And I think Sahil is the same example that you gave of Deepta and Ghosh. Very smart professional display by Katrina here. She knew that her opponent has to stretch to win. Katrina played it safe very nicely and will definitely advance as it looks like.
Yep, king comes out to e5, but nothing changes. White can just pass the move. Bishop has, we saw a famous blunder in that, Gukesh Ding endgame, but we had
Uh-huh.
the rooks then, Rakesh. Without the rooks, I think this is just a draw.
Yeah, I think there's no way, even though I think White has an extra pawn, but it's going nowhere. As you can see, there's no way for White to make any progress. As I think Cheeky Chess is also. Ooh, wait,
Ooh. Apparently, that's a huge mistake. And I think there might be some zugzwangs here, Rakesh, where I
you bring
somehow
the
get
king
to the c6
all the
square.
way
Yeah.
around. Yeah, maybe you bring the king all the way around and
Ooh.
get it in like that.
Oh, apparently you have to find bishop g6 and bishop e8. Okay, not that easy. I think White is not really stressed out too much. I mean, she's not
Yeah,
really risking
yeah.
much here. She would take the repetition and she would move to the
There you
next round.
go. King
Yeah,
c4 is a draw. Congrats to
one
Katrina.
last.
She goes through. And
Yeah,
we're still waiting for this one.
yeah. And the problem. Oh, what? What?
What? No way. Dazzle has gone completely. She was completely with exile.
Rakesh, you could, sometimes you can, You can almost taste the cake in front of you. You know you're going to win the game. It's one step away, and suddenly a blunder and it all vanishes into thin air. We're going to get two Armageddons now, two tiebreaks, Rakesh.
Yeah, looks like and Anna Gevorgyan is back. She was down and out throughout the match, but Anna Gevorgyan, look at her relief on her face. She can't believe it, Sahil. And this is why we play the sport, Sahil. What an amazing comeback. Never give up attitude shown by Anna Gevorgyan, and she is rewarded as Tanishka
Rakesh,
Kotia makes a blunder.
clock though. It's
Oh,
17
yes.
seconds. 17
Yes.
seconds.
She has to blitz it out. Anna has to mate with the queen. Tanishka has 26 seconds.
I
Ooh,
don't think
that's
she manages,
risky.
Rakesh. I don't
That's
think she
risky.
manages.
Tanishka needs a draw as black. Push the pawn if you are black and
Ooh.
oh.
Oh, wait. Oh, she had to. What? She blundered again, Rakesh. Oh my God, this is going to be a
10
draw
seconds
now.
or this 13 seconds. All three results possible, chat. Queen, queen, queen.
Wow. 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 What a game.
Oh. What a game, and if you could see Tanishka's reactions as well, producer G, that would be amazing because Anna, who was given a chance, but she missed it. It was like a Diwali or a Christmas gift, Sahil, but Tanishka
Yeah.
Kotian wins the match with a draw. You see, she's relieved and she goes through to tomorrow's match. And Sahil, today she went through, but tomorrow she's going to play against Rucha Pujari. So that's not an easy pairing at all.
Yeah, but I think today's nerves, handling those nerves will help her for sure. And I think, what a game though. I think a fascinating game to watch
Crazy
overall,
game.
Rakesh. And that means we have, one tiebreak, I think. So if we look at the results, I think Katrina goes through with 1.5 half.
Mhm.
Jesse goes through with 2-0. Then we have Mitra against weak player, the one tie break we're going to see right now. And what a match that was, yeah?
I think the best comeback in those two matches between Mitra and Dazzle.
Yeah, that was epic. So I think chess is fascinating in those final moments, Rakesh, when the nerves get to you, when you have seconds, no increment, you get to see some spectacular mistakes and some epic comebacks. So I am waiting for the tie breaks. Rakesh, what are your predictions? We've seen, weak
Oh,
player, not a weak player at all, play some fascinating chess, but we also saw her blunder mate in one in time pressure. So what do you make of this and what's your prediction for the tiebreaks?
okay, I'll put it this way. I'm rooting for the weak player to win, but I feel Mitra, with her experience, she will win and go through. How about
Hmm.
you?
I think that's a very politically correct answer, Rakesh bhai. That's a very politically correct answer. But I think I'm in the same boat as you. I think it's gonna be tough because when you blunder mate in one, it really tilts you. Like if you have
Mhm.
been playing good chess, she knows she was winning at some point. She was like so close yet so far, and that could potentially tilt weak player to actually playing a couple of mistakes, and that's all her opponent would need. So very interesting game coming up. Rakesh, I think I'm glad to see one tiebreak. Let's see how it turns out.
Yeah, and our staff is preparing the tiebreaks. Remember, it's an Armageddon match. Black having the draws. In case of a draw, black will go through. Both players are sending in their bids for the clock timings. They both have to choose a time which they think will be enough to draw as black. White player will start with 10 minutes, no matter what. And whoever has the lower bid actually gets to start out with that time. So very interesting Armageddon coming up. And Sai, I'm just excited for the Armageddon because at one point it looked like we might not have any Armageddons. And while our under 21 Prodigy kids hang out, we will be witnessing the Armageddon very, very soon.
So, Rakesh, question to you. What would be your bid in Armageddon? Knowing, being in the shoes of those players, what do you think either side is hoping for? Do you think they don't care as much? Do you think players have a preference for white or black? What's your take?
or Carlsons of the world because they play a lot of events like these. But for these two players, it's probably the first time where they're bidding for an Armageddon style. So I think somewhere around, I'm comfortable with 7 minutes with the black pieces. So 3 minutes disadvantage. But if it's a draw, I win the match. So somewhere around 7 minutes would be my prediction.
I would look at the results.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Wait, weak player has actually taken 7 minutes. What?
oh wow! She actually bid 7 minutes, yeah, and gets draw odds. There's nothing weak
Crazy.
though. I mean, there's nothing
No
weak,
way.
yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I
I think
mean, Brunel is saying weak player to win the tiebreak, but
yeah. I think Rakesh, this is going to be an
yeah, let's
exciting
see.
matchup
Let's see.
regardless.
True,
Wow.
true.
Okay,
I think
so
we don't have
white.
lift off yet. Yeah.
No, no lift off just yet. I think, and we have lift off as you mentioned it. Pawn to e4 played. White is wasting no time. Black has 3 minutes to catch up. Rakesh, I think the best situation you want to be in, you want to gain that time back gradually. You know what happens is sometimes Black can try to play too fast, and they just blunder and make a mistake, and the game just ends right there. Yeah, you did. I mean, the draw odds don't matter as much then.
Correct. Absolutely. And also, as white use, I love this strategy by Mitra. She doesn't go for something, must win or something crazy like you were mentioning for in the earlier games. She plays the Rosolimo. She wants to play a long game, strategic game, putting her opponent on under pressure and on the clock as well.
Yeah, and she has the center right now. I love her position as white. Even though black is safely castled, I think d5, e5 in the air, knight coming to c3,
Yeah.
bishop coming to f4, g5. Like the pieces have such harmonious squares for development. It just feels like she has a dream position right now. I think you sometimes you feel like cheering for the underdog Rakesh, and we both are, but I think this is a passive position. It'll be a tough one, this one.
Yeah, for sure. And that mate in one might just be playing on the back of her head. Dekho.
True. And right now, I think she's done the right thing. Exchanged a pair of pieces, as we
Uh-huh.
know, the side which has less space to exchange pieces, even though it means giving up the bishop pair. And right now, the bishop on b5 maybe is not perfectly placed either. Yeah, I can bring the knight to e5, attack your queen, maybe a6, kick the bishop back, rook c8, and black is at least in the midst and fighting in this game.
Yeah, and one good thing that Black has done, she has clawed back 1 minute. Remember, Black started with 3 minute disadvantage. She has gained 1 minute on the clock, and weak player is just trying to maneuver the pieces. Remember, Black has the draw odds. This is an Armageddon chat. White Mitra Hazarjapur has to win, or she's out of the Global Chess League.
Yep. Hey, Ritul in the chat. Glad to have you right now. Less than 2 minute difference, Rakesh. She's clawing back in this game right now. Knight has gone to d7 10 times in this game, Rakesh, already. The knight is unable to find a square. I think what black needs is somehow this knight to move, trade a couple of rooks, bring the queen here, bring the rook, trade off rooks as well, queens as well. And in the end game, I think black is absolutely fine. White gaining space as usual.
White gaining space but losing time, almost 1.5 minutes. It's half of the advantage that she had. And Sahil, you know what? It is going to go down to the wire, this one.
Yeah, and we can see Rucha in the chat. They're still watching the stream. Glad to have you in the
watch
chat as well,
party.
Rucha. Yeah, absolutely. And A5 now. Look at these pawns, queen side controlling these pawns, center controlling these pawns. I mean, you don't want to push these pawns to king side anyway. So white still in absolute control right now.
Very true, Sahil. And you know what? I think after missing that blunder, after making that blunder in game one, Mitra just wants to take out the tactics out of the picture and play a strong positional game, putting her opponent under maximum pressure.
And now you've controlled this important diagonal. Your king is safe. So you are even ready for the F pawn push. I know one grandmaster who's going to freak out right now, but I think pushing F4, pushing E5, just kind of dominating on the center king side could be very strong. The bishop on F1 doing a great job of defending the king side and also kind of attacking the queen side right now. Knight F4, interesting choice.
Yeah, very interesting choice. And pawn to f4, Mitra finally showing her true intentions. She has to win the game. 14-year-old Aishani Pathak just needs a draw. What a storyline this would be, Sahil, if she manages to get through.
Both players, I was trying to, grasp who's more nervous, but both players look quite stoic. You can't understand whether they are better or worse, and that's a great quality to have as a chess player right now. You can't determine how bad or good the position is from the expressions. I think we see Hikaru. He's expressive. You can see the bar on his face in some cases, but you also see Arjun on the other hand. You don't know if it's +10 or -10. By the way, E5 on the board, and White is just cruising through Rakesh. I think E6. Oh, this is very hard to watch, actually. Yeah.
This is GG's. Rook B8 was a very bad move by Black, through giving away the access of the C file and not allowing exchanging of the rooks. I think White is now in the driver's seat. And Sahil, just checking up on a few facts, Mitra Hijaziapur became a women international master in 2011, the same year when Aishani was born. So that experience is coming in handy now as we see Mitra preparing E6.
Absolutely. And now knight e7. Oof, that's, she's trying to attack the d5 pawn, get the knight to b5, create some counterplay. But again, I think we saw that rectangle, right? I feel like, the black king is a bit alone. Queen e4, threatening e6 now in some cases. h4, h5 in the air as well. And what's black's counterplay, right? If you're fighting an enemy and you can't punch back, then you have basically no chance, and e6 now just wins the game.
Yeah, there was absolutely no plan for Black. Black's pieces were kind of stuck. And as we have this two-camera view, shout out to a producer for this. And it looks like pawn to e6 should be game over.
Yeah.
She goes for it, Sahil.
I think this is the kind of move which deserves an exclamation mark. Beautiful move. Open the king side. And as we saw, Rakesh, last time the king came to f2, it was queen e1 mate. And now the king has come to f7. I don't know where the mate's going to be, but I think rook f8, queen g6 looks like it's game over.
Yeah, Mitra goes for brilliancy.
Brilliancy. Nice.
Other rook comes here. Queen g6, queen h7 is unstoppable mate. Mitra can pre-move it and go through to tomorrow's match. Well done, Mitra. And Sahil, what an Armageddon this was.
Yeah, I think she could have pre-moved this. She probably did, just like Hikaru, and sat back in her chair. That was game over. A beautiful brilliancy to finish off the game, removing the defender of the king. You want to get to the king, the knight defends it. So let's just grab the knight, even though we give the rook. I know a Gotham chess thumbnail when I see it, Rakesh. And now check queen g6 and queen h7. And that means Mitra goes through. But let's just make it clear, I think weak player, there's no resemblance of a weak player. She played some fascinating chess today.
Absolutely, and she's so young, definitely has time on her side. But thanks to the GCL as well, getting out, giving these players a chance to play against title players like Mitra. But we will have Mitra playing tomorrow in the Super Sunday finale before the knockout challengers of the GCL. And with that, Sahil, just 5 more minutes to go before our prodigies join in.
Ooh, that's going to be exciting. I think, they might have seen the game, seen the nerves. They've gotten a taste of it now, and now it's time for them to play. So let's take a very, very short break, Rakesh, and they'll be back with the games on the other side. Hello, Chad. We are back with the under 21 section and your open a women section, Tarakesh. I think that was amazing. It was fabulous to watch. We saw some exciting games. We saw some epic blunders. Maiden won. We saw over the board, right? So that was fascinating to watch. And now we come to the third section where I think we're going to see youth battle against each other. And again, the same spots up for grabs. So welcome back. Which game are you most excited about?
Yo. I think after the women's section, which had an Armageddon match, will be exciting to see if we can get any more in this on the Prodigy board here. But Sahil, I think one game I'm really excited is between the two title players in the Prodigy. Prodigy board does not mean we are out of title players, but I see a game between Arun Sriram versus Arun Kataria versus Ashwin Saira. So that is one matchup where both of them are FIDE master style. So that's going to be a very juicy clash up, and we see a small about 150 or 200 points of rating difference, but that can be our featured matchup in this section.
And also, just because it's under 21 doesn't mean we don't have an international master as well. We have Arav Dengla fighting it out with the white pieces against Rapid King 007. And if you have 007 in the username, I'm already afraid of you, Rakesh.
Because 007, we saw usernames are being used very smartly by everyone. We saw the weak player play the best chess of her life about some time ago. But yeah, lots of players, I think players are joining in. We don't have liftoff yet, but I'm hearing games will be started any minute now.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch. And Rakesh, I think were the players who've qualified thinking for tomorrow, right? So now they have a similar match tomorrow, but tomorrow the opponents will be much tougher. So that's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
So what can they do to prepare for tomorrow's matchups?
I think for the men and the women section, you have to stay super smart, sharp, and watch out for your nerves, because we see that nerves will get into the game once you have less time. And because of the no increment thing, players are going to make some mistakes or some blunders. So I think making sure of your nerves and being super sharp would be two advices. But Sahil, for the Prodigy board, in fact, they have to cross the first hurdle before we start thinking of round two.
True. And I think I'm sure they're solving their puzzles right now. The players who are preparing for tomorrow, they're also going to prepare against their specific opponents. Look at their games. What openings do they play? So that preparation might have already started for some of the players as they look at the next round. So let's see what happens. We also have FM Rosh Jain, who's the fourth title player in this section. Then we also have FM Soren Patel. We have CM Deboshnik De. We have WCM Sanskruti Vankade. We have so many title players, even in the under 21 section, Rakesh.
And that's amazing to see. In fact, we have a content creator as well. Alina Shaikhomova has more than 3 lakh followers on her Instagram page. She's from Kazakhstan, very strong player, but also knows the content game, Sahil.
Yeah, and that's the power of content creators. You could make content regardless of the result, but I'm pretty sure she still wants to win this. She wants to win this. She wants to go to the next round. And it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in her game. Her opponent is super fast GM underscore 29. So as we have discussed, the usernames, sometimes can be paradoxical, but I think it's amazing that GCL has such a global participation. We can see players from all, countries, all fields of life battle it out, creators, GMs, even players who are rated 400, right? So there's such a huge range of players. Everybody gets a shot to get their dream come true. And right now, the games will be starting in the next minute or so. Rakesh, how many Armageddons in the 21 section?
I think looking at the tough field, at least one. In fact, the game that you have open on your screen between Superfast GM, that is Gopal Maheshwari and Alina Shaikhomova, Gopal is 2000 and Alina is something like 1500. So you never know. You can expect, an upset there as well. So no player is, kind of guaranteed to win. I think as we see Roche Jen just above us, one of the top seeds of this section of the Prodigy board. And, Sahil, he's from your state, Delhi. Can you let us know more about him?
I think I would have to say, Rakesh, maybe I should know more about Roche than I know right now. But what I do know is, if you've brought up in Delhi, you have a high pain threshold in general. Yeah, you can tackle any obstacle whatsoever. So I think the game is definitely not something he's scared of. He is ready. He looks ready. You can see it in his eyes. And as of now,
Yeah.
the games should start any second. So, Rakesh, you mentioned one tiebreaker. I'm gonna go out and say maybe no tiebreakers. I don't know. Like I get a feeling maybe we're
Oh,
going to see
okay.
some crushing victories in round one itself. We see, I don't know whose camera this is. We couldn't see the player exactly. Uh,
I think that's Superstars GM. I
yeah,
may be
true, true, true,
mistaken though. Maybe
true.
mistaken.
I think we'll get to know the names pretty soon. And meanwhile, chat, do like the Devoshnik Day. Thank you. Thank you for this up. Oh, and he's playing Muradik 2010. Rakesh, I think chess is a young man's sport, yeah? Well, we know how young chess can go. I mean, Anish Sarkar, the 3-year-old rated player. Like, what do you make of chess, the evolution of chess? I think you are an history expert in the chess ecosystem. So how do you look at chess becoming younger and younger and younger with every year?
Oh yeah, it's become a lot younger than in the past. And we have seen the youngest grandmaster of the world. It was somewhere consistent between 14 or 15 years age. Then it became 13 years when we had the youngest GM. Then last couple of years ago, we had Abhimanyu Mishra became a grandmaster at 12 after Sergei Karyakin also did it at 12 many years ago. So it's been around this stage, and nowadays, they say if you're not a international master or a grandmaster by 18, you can maybe quit the game. They say politely, you can definitely play the game for fun, but you are not going to that top level of chess if you are not a IMGM by 18, as they say.
True, true, true. And you can see all the players serious, absolutely. You can see him breathing heavily. I think
Uh-huh.
we've not seen many nerves, but we can see it right now. But I feel once the moves are on the board, they will calm down a bit. Like it's before the
And
game
we
nerves
have a
that get
knock.
you. Yeah.
Yes, Silent, we have our countdown to kickoff. Game starting in five, four,
Four,
three,
three, two,
two,
one, and
one.
lift off. I mean,
Any lift off? Any games? Any games? No, no, not yet, not yet. But yeah, I think we will be having our games going off pretty soon. Less than a minute is what we are hearing. Yeah, Sila, but you know, these are young people and wanting to make their mark, trying to get on that flight to Mumbai, where in December all the action will be happening. And you know what? You can be a part of the team where Gukesh is playing, for example. This is such a huge opportunity for all of these youngsters here.
Yeah, December is a great time to be in India. It's, just after the World Cup, right at the time of GCL. Messi is even visiting India at that point. So nice time to be in India at that point. And meanwhile, we see the players still waiting for the games to begin. And Rakesh, I have a question. So the under 21 section, I think it's a very interesting one because it targets the youth, right? So do you expect the games to last longer than the Open Games, or do you expect the games to last shorter?
Oh, that's a fun question. I think it will be shorter because uh, they'll try to play faster. So
Yeah, that's what I thought because I
that's
thought they'll
my
play
hunch.
quicker. But that also
Mhm.
means they might get more number of moves in the game. So I don't know. It depends whether they make a mistake or not.
And we have liftoff time with that. A couple of
Yeah.
games starting out, almost all games starting. Let's go, let's go. We are watching RF Dengla versus Rapid King 007.
And we started with a very interesting choice. E4, knight c6. We transpose into something a bit more normal now, but interesting opening choice there by Rapid King 007. 007 in the name, Rakesh. Again, I'm going to mention it again.
Absolutely. And Do not discount him. Of course, Arav Dengla, 2300 international master with a couple of grandmaster norms, but his opponent is in fact higher rated than him on chess.com side. Do not discount that fact. And he is 2000 rated on the FIDE rating board. So, not an
Yeah.
easy game at all for Arav.
And these titles are over the board titles. Sometimes your online play can be, significantly different at a different level than your over the board game. For example, we look at Gotham Chess, the biggest chess player on the planet. Like, technically, he's not a grandmaster. People call him grandmother or whatever, but he has beaten the top players of the world, right? In online chess, he's defeated Grishchuk, Ian Arjun, like so many strong players we've heard. Dubov, he's defeated. So I think in online chess, anything is possible, and this rating difference does not count for anything. And now bishop h6 maybe is the way to create attacking chances for Arav.
Wow. And rook e8, knight g5, and that f7 pawn is going to be doomed.
Ooh, I think do you think that was a mouse slip? He wanted to play h6 and push g6. I think that is actually possible.
No. Maybe I think
Yeah,
he
I
wanted
think.
to
Yeah.
knight f5, and that's why he played g6. But
Yeah.
a few moves coming in thick and show some games from the other boards.
Yeah. So now we go to the game of Arun against Ashwin, as we mentioned, the all title player clash. And you can already see the contours of it. Yeah, very, very interesting opening, solid opening. Black kind of putting the queen on c7, a4, preventing b5.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very structural, in terms of the opening moves.
Absolutely, very, very structured. And we see Arun Kataria, the slight rating favorite, is trying to gain space on the left side of the board. And Black having his first think. And I think definitely this is going to be a very, very hard fought contest.
Yep. And meanwhile, let's jump to the game of Foxer 64 against Sanskruti, because apparently White is just winning in this game, even without the queens. It feels like with this rook and bishop, somehow Black's pieces are quite awkward. You can already imagine the king coming here, rook g1, and this is getting quite awkward for Black.
Yeah, and White's king could slide across the board and just get the rook to the g file, the open g line, giving a check. That is going to be tough to defend against. And Sanskruti Wankid, who's a WCM, she is under some pressure for sure, Sahil, in this game.
Yeah, and I think bishop d3 move kind of targeting knight g6. If knight g6, now I can just take, and king g6, you have the same problems again, and my bishop on h4 still remains like a beast. So e4, trying to block that bishop, but I can just take, and the problems just don't end, unfortunately. You can't even take back with the knight because your knight on e7 is now hanging.
Nope.
Ooh.
One thing that I'm really shocked about, Sahil, is the time usage. Only 2 minutes spent by both players, and we are into some kind of a decisive or game match changing position.
Yeah, as we discussed, both players, all the players actually playing very quickly. So let's jump to Muradik against Deboshnik. And we can see now, again, a structural position, but it feels like Black is trying to create some sort of, innovative ideas over the board, maybe trying to stop the d5 break, hoping for an attack. But somehow the bishop on c8 is the problem piece. Look at the bishop on g2 and the bishop on c8. White just feels like he's dominating the game.
Yeah, it looks like definitely one-sided play. And Sahil, that is like titles don't matter. Good chess matters. As they say, calculation beats reputation. And White proving it once again, even though heavy favorite by rating, but doesn't have the title. But Muradik looks like he is going to get this W.
Yeah, so let's go to the game of Blinking Blunders against Khalim Junov. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I think that's the most basic username there. I think we've seen some crazy ones. But F4, again, that F pawn push, Rakesh.
Like
and
it.
the question is, Can you put the knight on g4 or not? I think that's the main question. If you can't, then I think I'm very happy with what I've been able to do. And somehow, again, white seems to be in control.
Absolutely wrong. The knight is being asked a serious question. Where do you want to go? If the knight pops in ahead on g4, it's going to be kicked again with h3. So that's a worry. And you don't want to go to the rim in the corner. So knight c6, the most logical reply.
Yeah. Yep. And now king h1, very important. After f4, your diagonal has been opened up. You don't want a straight check on b6. Rakesh, I think you know of Prakhar Ke Pravachan, like the creator. Like, I lost to him in my childhood when I missed this check and I had a bishop on b2. So that was the only game where I lost to him. And this check, still traumatizes me to this day. So yeah, king h1, very safe move. Now attacking the knight, but now it doesn't have the same venom, right? Because I can just bring the knight back and then my knights come to d5 and suddenly black is just, really suffering in this position.
Yeah, this definitely true. And white bringing the rook, happy to trade a few pieces in the center of the board, but black says no. And it's a mistake under 5.5 minutes for black. That's something to worry about, Sahil.
Yeah. Blinking blunders, clearly not making any blunders at all. Bishop f3, very logical, defending that pawn. Again, black getting that only chance to exchange those pieces before white drops the knight back. Because as we see, white has more space for his pieces. You want to exchange those pieces and get more space. Maybe the bishop could then come to c6 and challenge white's bishop on f3.
True. And let's have a quick look at the other games once again. Can we go to Arav Dengla's game, Sahil, once again? Because he looks like he's completely winning in that one.
Yeah, look at the bishop cutting across on f8, the queen attacking this, rook incoming. I think this is the moment when you set up last moment traps. Yeah, you hope for a last ditch effort, some crazy idea. And if that doesn't work, you resign because knight is also coming into the game. I wouldn't be so scared of even sacking a piece in these cases. So many pawns, passed pawns available. This is just deadly.
And looks like it's GG here for black. And after rook d1, rook e1, you're absolutely right. It's going to get game over pretty soon.
I met Arav when he was like a little kid, and at that point, his mom came up and requested, if I could play a game with him. At that point, he was 1600, 1500. So, players can become strong very quickly if you start working on your chess. And he's an international master now. Glad to see his progress. He's ahead on the clock as well. Rapid King trying to strike back. Bishop b2 played, but I think that's too risky right now. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the game of Rosh Jen against Dragon Beast 1. What do you make of this position, Rakesh? Because it feels quite solid. You have a bunch of weaknesses, I have a bunch of weaknesses, and we shake hands and go home and take a draw.
Yeah, that might be possible, but these kids, they love to fight. And I think Rosh has been practicing his bullet chess. Because look at the time advantage, 2.5 minutes, almost 3 minute time advantage there. And he will try to flag his opponent every day of the week. So he's definitely going to put some pressure there. Rook captures a7 was possible, but he defends his pawn first and now threatening to take the pawn on the leftmost line.
Yep. He's hoping for that. But I think knight c2 maybe. Oh, a6. I think black also. Both players kind of maintaining the attack on the opponent's pawn, but saving their own pawn. So they do have high hopes from this position, and they're not trying to simplify the game. That's what you see in strong players like Gukesh, that character of not really simplifying the game and fighting till that last drop.
Absolutely. One thing we are guaranteed on the Prodigy board is the fighting chess style. There's not going to be even one easy game or an easy win. These kids are going to fight it out till the wire. And with that, can we go into Blinking Blunders game? Because a knight has, just gotten in somehow lots of blunders in that game.
Ooh, black finally did the right thing, but allowed the knight to come in. And apparently, after king g1, e5, the only move in the position. And
Wow.
somehow, I mean, you're just going to lose the e pawn, right?
Looks like it.
Wow. So, blinking blunders are, under attack. Meanwhile, let's not forget our creator, Alina Chess fighting it out with the black pieces. But right now,
Mhm.
the pawn on b4 will be grabbed by super fast GM underscore 29, who seems to have a rating of 2501, one of the strongest players in this field.
Wow.
And now the D pawn is just moving forward. I wouldn't even worry about these pawns, Rakesh. They're just he even saves those spawns. Crazy.
Yeah, and just gonna you can start pushing these pawns. Just be careful of not touching the C pawn. Otherwise,
Yeah,
rook takes b2 is a check. But apart from
yeah,
that, Sahil, it's all one-way traffic for Superfast GM.
yeah. I think the D pawn is gonna be the star of the game. Bishop e3 also locking the bishop on rook on e2. Now the rook has nowhere to go. So this is turning out to be a tough game for Ina, but right now White dominating. Maybe she'll try to create counterplay with a4, but a4 by White giving her no hope whatsoever.
Yeah, bishop drops back. You can bring your rook in the corner into the game that's not moved yet, and definitely more trades. You can also start pushing the pawn. As this is Sahil, pass pawn should be pushed.
Absolutely. And now d7, bishop b6 is the threat. So I think you will have to give the rook for the bishop, and that will be the end of the game. So but we do have a result. Arav Dengla
Mhm.
has won, and these were the final moves. I think black just took a pawn and white just took a bishop because rook takes. And if you take with the queen, unfortunately, the queen has a lot of work to do, Rakesh. Queen takes 8, and that is
Yeah.
basically just checkmate. So Arav wins the first game. He will fight back his opponent in the second game. So which game shall we jump to now?
I'd like to take a peek at the two title players, Arun Kataria versus Ashwin Sairam, because that game, no side has managed to go like get a big advantage.
Although, as you mentioned it, Rakesh, knight f3, apparently knight takes e5 was a critical move there.
Wow.
A tough one. Knight takes, pawn takes, and now d4 check. A tough one to spot. He misses it, but I think even this has a lot of merit because you're trying to open up the center when the king is
Mhm.
on the e file.
I think I would love to play this as the black player because you have the
Hmm.
two bishops opening up lines. White's king is, caught offside and he smartly gives up a pawn. Very smart, but does not allow the opening of new files and will try to hold this position. Will he be successful? Time will tell because just 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, white right now seems to be slightly better thanks to the clock. Meanwhile, if we jump to the game of Foxer 64 against Sanskriti, we see black has that edge pawn, that glimmer of hope.
Ooh.
Maybe somehow I end up pushing it, but the bishop on e4 is a star piece. Okay, you've given him up, but I think regardless, now I think e5 is incoming. Rakesh, the rook is kind of even half trapped. Yeah, it doesn't have much to do, and it feels like the game is about to be over.
Yeah, and I think Sanskriti will be banking on her opponent's time because it looks like Rathina Sabapati has only 2 minutes. Will that suffice, Sahil? I think should be enough.
Yeah, should be enough. Should be enough, I think. Meanwhile, Superfast GM player has won against Alina Chess, so that is the end because the bishop moves rook e8. I win the bishop. Their second game has also started. Another game is Muradak against Deboshnik. This is the current position. You have to love the knight on d6, Rakesh. I mean, it can never be moved away, like never. Even though there are some mating ideas on the king's side, you can't really attack white here at all.
Mhm, mhm. You can't attack, and you see, Sahil, if almost each and every piece and pawn for white is on a dark square. Look at those beautiful coordination. You want nothing on the light squares, and Muradik has the strong center, the open file, the beautiful knight, and maybe also the game in the bag. Just go in with your rooks, take care of this checkmate, and you don't need to be worried at all, Sahil.
Yeah, black has a light square bishop. So as you mentioned, put everything on a dark square. It cannot be attacked anymore. And that's just very, very simple chess and very, very effective. And the bishop is basically just useless here. So, and white also has more time. And now you can even play king g2 to cover up both these played on the board. Just a flawless game by
Beautiful.
Muradik here.
Yeah, and now you want to push the bishop away with either the h or the f pawn so that the bishop can never blockade your king per se. And
Hmm.
yeah, rook on the 7 is on heaven. Let's go. Amazing chess by white, but Deboshnik not giving up, Sahil.
Yeah, you have to be sometimes careful because bishop f3 check and then queen h3 can be deadly. So f4 is basically saying now my queen can control that mating square, but it also has its own problems. Sometimes the king can be open in some discover attacks, and it can be very difficult. Some perpetuals could happen on the board, so you have to be a bit careful. And the time situation can make this more interesting than it should have been in the first place.
Absolutely. And some GMs also call the F1 the golden pawn, but it
Yeah.
will be just too bad if Muradik loses the game because of that. It now comes down to just 60 seconds for Black Sahil. I feel all three results still possible in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Less than a minute now. You feel the pressure when you see seconds on the clock, right? That one digit goes to zero. It's just a completely different ball game now.
Yeah.
And White has the seventh rank. It feels like White is doing fantabulously well. The question is, where is the killer blow, though, Rakesh? I don't see it.
I don't see it either. White smartly trying to get his second rook to the seventh rank. Remember, Black cannot challenge the file. Oh, that's a free rook.
Wow, that's a crazy move, Rakesh. Because now if you take queen takes, it's apparently a
Oh.
draw. Because now
And
suddenly your king is weak.
exactly, that is where his counterplay comes in. What a genius idea by Devoshnik. But White smartly is not yet trading because you don't want the Black Queen to come to the open E line.
Yeah. Yeah, I think White messed up a bit there. He couldn't find that killer blow either. He underestimated that exchange sacrifice, giving up the rook for the knight. This was that excellent move. Usually, knight is worth 3 points, rook is worth 5 points. You don't give it away for that knight. But here, that knight is the strongest piece on the board. So you can give that rook away for that very strong knight. So now, suddenly, White under pressure, and you can see the clock dripping down.
Yeah, White under a lot of pressure. Sahil, it's almost we gonna have an
Oh,
attack
that's a
for blunder.
blunder. Black is winning. Black is completely winning now. Rakesh, that is
What?
insane.
Devoshnik.
Wow.
Wow.
And Chad, look at this. So rook takes c8, queen takes c8. Now the problem is my king has nowhere to go. My queen can never move from this square because otherwise queen e1 is checkmate. My rook is attacked. What do I do if rook d6, for example, queen e4? Queen b1 check is incoming. It's just
Queen
over.
B1 is a checkmate.
Wow.
Wow, Sahil, what a comeback and a half. I told you, these kids never give up. They always fight till the end. Deboshnik, they with the comeback of the day.
Wow, this was epic. Although both plays on 40 seconds now, Rakesh. Both plays on 40 seconds.
All three results
Oh,
possible, Sahil. I knew it.
and now Queen e4 is an important move. Played on the board. White
Oh, Murad.
cannot believe it. He's shaking his head.
Yeah, he realizes he has just maybe thrown away his ticket to Mumbai.
Yeah.
What?
Why? The blunders just don't stop, Rakesh. This is time pressure talking.
And he still shakes his head, but now 25 seconds for both players. All three results still possible, Sahil.
Yeah. I think there was mate in 4 there, by the way, chat. Mate in 4 missed by the black pieces, but still, will we see a draw? That is a potential outcome here with
Yeah,
Queen D2, Queen G1.
yeah. I think very fair result to call
True.
it unless one of them wants to flag the other.
White plays on and blunders. White just played on and blundered the game. That is, oh, he's gonna get checkmated with a
Why?
pawn. Oh, that is just tilt. Muradik had the draw in hand, went for the win, and he crumbled. And what a comeback by Deboshnik Dey here, Rakesh.
Epic. Game of the day. So many twists
Wow.
and turns, but finally we have our winner.
Yeah, so what a game. By the way, Arun Kataria and Sainam have drawn. Their second game has already
Mhm.
started. Suren Patel has defeated Vijay in the first game. Their second game has also started. Rosh Jain and Dragon Beast True, I think we saw that one coming. Their second game has started. And of course, Alina is fighting in her second game as well. And apparently, she has to find the only move Queen A4, threatening Rook E8 checkmate.
Oh, that's a sneaky trap, but I think black will just make an escape square there to stop it.
Hmm. Yeah, because the Black Queen is very active, actually attacking a bunch of pawns. So you need something to counter that threat. And Queen F3 somehow is not as strong because you can never really push the rook up. You also have your own back rank issues here on the first rank.
Mhm.
Rakesh,
F making a mistake.
we have
Yeah.
players from different countries, different time zones, different backgrounds, different lighting setups, some streamers, some creators, some players, some,
Mhm.
just, fans of the game, like so many fields of life. Everybody is playing here. Like it's so nice to see everybody under one roof. Usually you only see the top players battle, but it's so nice to see so many people get a chance.
Absolutely, very well put, Sile. And I think that was the idea of the GCL think tank to give anybody, even an unrated player, barring he's a genius, like if he was a genius, could have qualified for the Global Chess League. So this is like an amazing open challenge to everyone who wanted to be a part of the GCL and come and play, qualify your way through an online qualifier and get there. But yeah, and great to see even kids try their best. And you never know, Sahil, we might have a world champion from one of these kids as well very soon.
Yeah, and we've seen that before. I think even in Gukesh and Prag have mentioned how they got the opportunity to,
Mhm.
let's say, meet Vichy and see Vichy in action during that Carlson World Championship, and that inspired them to reach where they are today. And these opportunities do matter in the lives of everybody, but especially the youngsters. So let's check out the game of Arun against Ashwin again, the two title players, and we see a very interesting battle brewing up here. The pawn on d4 could be strong or weak depending on the situation. There are some threats in the air. The queen and rooks, a tactical nightmare for the white queen, although I do love the bishop on a3. So both players having some good pieces there.
Yeah, and these two players very evenly matched, and you can see both FIDE masters drew their first game as well. So, Sahil, what do you think? Any chances of an Armageddon coming up in this match?
I would say very unlikely. Like two draws is very, very unlikely, right? I think the best chances for an Armageddon is when one side wins and the other side kind of
Uh-huh.
strikes back. Once you have one draw, I think the chances for Armageddon go down drastically. Although it is still possible. 95 now, trying to get that bishop and then, take on d5. So black is trying to win a pawn. How does white tackle this? It's not an easy decision.
Not easy at all. You don't want to move the knight from the center,
Yeah.
but you may have to.
But yeah, knight apparently queen g5 is just winning on the spot because knight f3 is a huge threat. Just winning the queen. The pawn is
Huge
pinned.
threat. Yeah, knight into d3 incoming, bishop h6 incoming.
Yeah. And Sairam
This is just
Ashwin,
GG, and that's why we see Ashwin. He has.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Go
is
ahead.
2 minutes behind. 2 minutes behind on the clock, Rakesh. As you're about to say as well, I think he has to play quickly and he has to play well, which is not easy at all. Meanwhile, what a game we have. I think there was some crazy updates in the Arav against Rapid King game because apparently Arav, who won the first game comfortably, was completely busted in this position. If his opponent had found queen e5 check, the game was basically over, but he blunders with queen e7 and Arav gets a respite if he can find knight to f5. Not an easy move to find though, Rakesh.
Not easy at all. Not easy at all. And queen e7, knight e5, the only move. Otherwise, Arav, welcome to the Armageddon.
Ooh, this is tough. This is what a tough position. And 2 minutes for Arav, less than two now. So he's feeling the pressure. And knight f5, oh, he blunders. Check. Okay, now how do you end the game, Rakesh?
Uh-oh.
Maybe. I think I couldn't hear you there, Rakesh, for some reason.
Yeah, sorry. I think my internet. I was saying rook left, rook f4, rook h4, and should be.
Yeah. Also, knight b5, very safe and sound. Just taking that bishop, and now the knight is also hanging. Rook f4 is winning. In fact, even rook d6 is actually winning because on check, you do have rook f1. So pretty safe position. And maybe Arav will have to go to the tiebreak now.
Yeah, Vignesh with a comeback. Nice comeback win by him. And just shows, Sahil, the match is never over until it's over.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have the first result for today. That is super fast GM_29 defeating Alina Chess 2-0, and he moves on to tomorrow's round. So great victory there. But of course, Alina played some fantastic chess, but I think he was just too fast, as his username suggests.
True that. And speaking of comeback, Sahil, maybe let's have a quick check-in with Sanskruti Wankhede because she might be winning and making it to the Armageddon.
Oh, wow. She lost the first game and seems to have a winning position right now. And also kind of, quite deadly if you look at it carefully. The king stuck on e8. Black has some counterplay. Let's not, forget that. Also, b2 could be hanging. Could be a potential pass pawn. But as of now, she's dominating. Beautiful position.
Yeah, and forcing the Armageddon. That's her plan. We'll see if she gets there. Any other game? Do you want to check in on Shival Soren Patel? You haven't
Absolutely. Let's go.
checked out his games a lot.
Yeah. And I think this one feels a bit more dynamic. You can see how knight h4, the queen on h5, black was trying to make inroads on the king side but couldn't succeed. And Sorin just needs a draw here with black. So that just works out for him. Vijay needs to strike with the white pieces. He's the favorite on paper in the ratings, but the more pieces you exchange, the more it moves towards simplification. So a hard task ahead for Vijay. The time situation is balanced. Meanwhile, Arav Dengla has lost. And that means we can see two. Oh, wow. That's the rook and bishop down. And that means Armageddon, Rakesh.
Armageddon, absolutely. And can we jump into Rosh Jain's game? Because looks like he is completely winning after their game ended in a draw.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This is one case where the king on f7 is doing well, Rakesh, for once. Because white simply doesn't have enough pieces. I mean, you have this one check, just king e8, and somehow you need one knight coming to g5 or f6 or d6, or you just don't have enough pieces to create a meaningful attack.
Yeah, and it looks like this is going to be the end of the road for the white player, Dragon Beast. I think he made a nice draw in the first game, but now it's just like, you need white just needs one extra piece or a pawn, and white could have won, but in fact now it's black who's winning and moving on.
Another result incoming, Blinking Blunders has lost to Kalim Junov 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2-0 victory. I think he did play very well, but I think white just finishes off in style. I think knight e5 was the blunder. Rook d8 check, king g7, queen f8. And as we have seen, Rakesh, when the king has to step out, that's when things
Yep.
go south.
Absolutely, and a nice win there. Blinking blunders. Didn't make any blunders like his username, but GG's. He is out of the tournament. And with that, Sahil, let's jump into the remaining games. Can we have a
Yeah.
quick 10-second look at Deboshnik's game?
Mhm.
Remember, he made the
Yeah.
famous comeback win,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
now he just needs a draw. He's playing it safe. Very, very smart.
I think he's going to get the draw. I think he's going to get it comfortably. The queen on d4 is such a strong piece. Centralized, I
Hmm.
think this is well known in queen endgames. You want to keep your queen centralized because it gets the maximum possibilities. You see how dominant the queen is, can rush to any part of the board, even attacks the pawn. Black doesn't want to play f5, right? Because then your king becomes a bit weak. So white is
Hmm.
absolutely fine. Defends the only weakness in the position. I think Devoshnik is going through Rakesh.
Yeah, queen in the center, controlling everything, like you said, Sahil. And you can just say pass, just move the king or just do some time pass, and there's no way for black to go through. And Sahil, that shows the beauty of this competition. The Devoshnik's opponent had a draw, but he overpushed and had the greed for a win in time trouble,
Yeah.
but in fact lost that game.
Yeah, I think that's what Till does to you. You're winning a game and then you start losing. You get this outside opportunity. You feel things will fall into place again, but they don't. And now H5, I could try stuff here with G4, but I think white is very happy with the draw. It's black who will have to create outside chances. Maybe the only hope I see, Rakesh, is hoping for a king pawn endgame, like offering the queen trade at the right moment and hoping that black's king is better placed to utilize this. But even that feels like a fallacy here. So also, we have 4 minutes on
Yeah.
the clock, so not much pressure for either of the players. Meanwhile,
Hmm.
jumping to the Arun against Sairam game, the title player clash. The first game was a draw, and apparently Arun is winning with the black pieces, completely winning.
Uh-oh. And if you just go a couple of moves back, Sahil, what was that blunder? G3. What?
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's just a free piece, Sahil.
I think it's the sense of danger that was missing, Rakesh, because you feel
Yeah,
opposite color
yeah,
bishops. Very simple, at least a draw, no stress. You see this check
correct.
incoming, that's a bit irritating. King h2, there's bishop check. So you want to play g3, you forget. Bro, where's the protection for the bishop? Bye bye, boom, boom, khatam, and it's over. And now suddenly black is the piece up, grabs the a4 pawn, queens, and you resign.
Wow, that's a cold shower moment, and I think it's absolutely game over now. And Arun Kataria gets the W, and Ashwin Sairam, GG's, but sadly, I think looks like he's heading out from this event.
Yeah, he might be. Agreed. And meanwhile, Ross Jen has made it to the next round. I think the game has ended. Uh,
Hmm.
Black has won. As we discussed, there was no attack there. White tried, gave a check, but Black just solved it all with tactics. And again, offering that queen trade, that just ends the game. So Ross Jen goes to the next round as well.
Yeah, Roche is through. So is Arun Kataria. Superfast GM is through. Khalim Jono is through. And maybe it looks like Deboshnik, they will also be through. Sahil, one Armageddon is set between Arav and Rapid King. Can Sanskruti Wankhede also force the Armageddon is the question.
Yeah, that the king on c6 looks so vulnerable. But after the queen trade, Black, suddenly the queens are traded off. Black has chopped off that passed pawn on e6. I would say Black is somewhat back in the game. Like not back, but still,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
momentum has shifted.
True, true. It looks like the start of a mistake.
Oh, but rook h7, I don't like that passive move, trying to defend that pawn. Rooks are meant to be warriors, they go into war even without weapons. Yeah, I think the Sunil Shetty of the Border movie, they go in attacking regardless of what happens. But now suddenly, the rook on h7 is very, oh,
What?
oh, mistakes are happening, Rakesh. They're constantly happening.
Yeah. But I think Sahil just 40 seconds for black. That might be the problem. But wait,
Ooh.
fast form now.
Yeah, you can. I mean, Black's plan becomes very simple suddenly. Yeah, C3, C2, C1, and wins.
Yeah, just keep pushing. Just keep
I
pushing.
Oh, nice decision by White trying to maintain as many pieces as possible. Also, now he can get the rook to c8 and stop that pawn in his tracks. So great decision by Sanskriti there, and she, I think, is on path to win this game and set up. Oh, that's a slight error apparently.
Yeah, the a4 pawn is gone. Bye bye.
Ooh, tricky. Chess is tricky. 29 seconds. Chat, what do you think? Who wins this one? White or black?
I think Sahil, all three results possible here, but Sanskriti looks like she's blocked the pawn with
Yeah.
the king. Maybe has it under control. Black has just too little time, to be honest.
Yeah, I think now it's winning. So usually you say you want to bring the king into the game in the end game. You use the king to stop the pawn, and that just makes it very simple. You can put the rook on c4, and this pawn will never ever go to c2. In fact, c2, I can just pick up the bishop as well. So it's time to resign for foxes, and Sanskriti will strike back.
Absolutely. And not just strike back, with also take the momentum into
Yeah.
the Armageddon. We will have Sahil two Armageddons as it looks like. And overall, your prediction of three Armageddons today comes true.
Oh, wow. Actually, I didn't even think about that. Wow. So maybe I had more foresight than I give myself credit for. But what a comeback by Sanskriti there. And she is going to go into the tie breaks as well. So looking at the remaining games, first of all, Deboshnik they're still fighting. But of course, Deboshnik playing it very smartly, exchanging all the pawns.
Mhm.
And to be honest, Rakesh, if anybody wins this, it's White. Yeah. You don't want to risk too much.
True. Yeah, and Arun Katari has officially won. Sai Ramashwin is sadly out. Arun moves on to tomorrow's match. And with just last board, Jawal Soren Patel is about to punch his ticket style. He's going to go through with 2-0. Vijay Rege, a very strong player with 2-5-8 rating, Sahil, sadly will be bowing out of the tournament.
Yeah, I think the situation in which you land up after losing the first game is harsh because you cannot take a draw, and that forces you to play substandard moves whenever you're offered a trade or an equal position. So it's just harsh. If you win the first game, I think your chances don't go up dramatically. Like it's very unlikely somebody will strike back, and that's why what a couple of players did is even more fantastic. And yeah, there it is, a victory for Soren there.
Yeah, well done, Soren. GG to Vijay Rege, a youngster from Singapore. So nice global audience there. And Sahil, with that, let's come back to Deboshnik. They finished the first round also at the end, and again this one as well.
Rakesh, I told you, if anybody misses, it's White. And suddenly Queen H8 could give Devoshnik a 2-0 win.
He goes for it. Now, Queen H7 is a nasty check. Queen H5 is a huge threat.
Ooh,
Oh,
this is very tricky. I mean, one
very
check and
tricky.
it could be mate, yeah? One wrong check and it's over.
But I would tip my hat off to Muradek. You are anyway going home with 2-0 or 1.5. So you're at least trying to complicate matters, but you should
Yeah.
have done it earlier. But even now, it just shows the fighting spirit.
Yeah, but I think, okay, White is doing very fine now. I will.
Oh, wait a
Wait,
minute.
what? What?
What? Muradek with the comeback of the century, Sahil. Now Devoshnik under 50 seconds and with the lost position.
What a
The idea
220.
is
Yeah.
simply checkmate. on
Wow, what a 220 IQ move by Muratik there. So we're going to have 3 tie breaks, Rakesh. My prediction falling apart completely.
Still thinking, still not over.
Oh, wow. This reminds me of a famous king walk that Magnus Carlsen did once. Walked his king to h5 in the middle game and won the game. And now it's just g3, GG, game over. King h2.
Yeah, This is completely GG's now.
Wow.
Epic comeback, epic.
I think you have to admire when you see a brilliant game, and this is one of them. Never lost hope, kept fighting when we thought it's over. He didn't give up. He found a plan which worked, and that's what matters. Chess is all about practicality. It's not about being the best, it's about being better than your opponent, and that's what Muradik has done. That doesn't seal the deal. He will have to win the tie breaks, but at least he's still fighting.
Yeah, yeah. And Muradik wins with. By the way, the Armageddon between Arav and Rapid King has started. So let's have a
Yeah.
quick look there because Black Arav has the draw odds, but as you can see, he's 3.5 minutes behind his opponent.
Yeah, I wonder what the bids were. I don't know if we know that, but right now it feels like Rapid King is in the driver's seat. He's almost 3.5 minutes
Mhm.
ahead. Queen G4 just feels so scary, right? With Knight H5, F6 ideas in the air, Bishop H6, also this bishop joining the party. It just feels like an automatic move. You're moving without thinking. Like this is, you could play this in bullet chess and just pre-move a couple of ideas here.
Absolutely, so many ideas attacking the bishop, bishop at 6, knight e4, f6. I mean, the right side of the board is looking like White's oyster, and White wants to really go there. I don't know what you're thinking of because Sahil, if I was Rapid King, I would have played that in an instant, and he does.
Yeah, I think he has such a time edge. He's like, okay, let me just use some time at least. I mean, at least some time. I remember when you play chess as kids, like sometimes parents scold you for using less time. I remember that part of many people's lives,
Yeah,
and you do use some time here. But now I think the only hope Black has maybe is to take on
true.
f5, hope for a few exchanges, but even then you're opening up this bishop as well. So this is a tough choice for Arav here, who might just get knocked out against Rapid King.
True that, and you can see the problem in Arrow's position as Black. Even if you capture bishop takes knight, White does not recapture, but instead could have gone pawn to f6. So Arav takes the pawn on f5, but Sahil, you do not want to be playing Black in this position, especially in an Armageddon with half the time.
Yeah, if I can play bishop h6 and survive, I think White is doing pretty well. Like,
Mhm.
there is no stress whatsoever. So yeah, I mean 3 minutes 50 seconds now. This is extremely tough.
True.
Oof.
Going, and Arav really has to dig out his bullet skills to make a comeback. Otherwise, he's out of the GCL.
And also, let's not forget, if you just play a move like Bishop D2 attacking the knight, Black might feel, hello, free pawn, but now simply Rook C1. And the knight is almost trapped. And you might think, okay, knight E3, but now Rook C8, Queen C8, and Rook F6. And again, that pawn is pinned. You cannot take it. The king lies behind the pawn. So no tactics working out for Black here. And that is just a sad position to be in. All he needs to do is develop the bishop, bring the Rook into the game, and it's over.
And he's done part one of that Sahel. Bishop h6. It's an ugly position to be playing as Black, but Arav has to, stay in the game. Remember, even a draw suffices. Even with a draw, Arav will go through because the Armageddon. But Rapid King currently in the driver's seat, Sahil.
Agreed. I think what happens is maybe Rakesh, like I'm just thinking out loud, like the bits need to maybe higher. Yeah. Maybe for top players where the drawish tendency is very high, where the mistakes are quite, infrequent, maybe bidding 7.5 minutes is fair. But maybe let's say, at this level, maybe the best idea is to bid above 8 minutes because you don't lose too much time. I think that can sometimes really, really harm your child. If Arav had a couple of minutes extra, maybe he wouldn't have made these mistakes. And yeah, maybe the bids have to be well thought of. These tiebreaker matches are very interesting. Okay.
That's giving a
And
chance for the other four players, to make a smart bid.
yeah. And now rook a f1 takes. I will take on f6, and it just feels like you're playing a piece
this
down
is
because queen e5 looks like a killer move.
yeah, the knight on
Queen,
b4 not really helping so much. Yeah. Oh, I loved queen e5 with the discovery check option.
yeah, that was very strong, but I think queen h3 also quite strong. Rook g6. But apparently you can even just take on f7. I don't see why I can't just grab that pawn. Free pawn attacks h7, comes closer to the black king. That's the goal, right? To checkmate that king. So let's take on f7 and come closer.
Oh yeah,
Taken.
and you can't even play rook takes c2 because rook f8 check is
Oh,
GG's. So it's just a piece down for black.
I think it's time to resign. I think he will resign. Yeah, Lama bishop b3 is just a piece down, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You just try to play a couple more moves, as white, but as black, but otherwise it's game over.
You could see all the faces there, but the queen c8 finishing off matters in style. Queen c8 and rook f8 check, trading off pieces. And I think this is pretty much game over. So, Rakesh, I think Rapid King will go through. Heartbreak for Arav, who won the first game but lost two in a row. But I think we've still not started the other two tiebreaks. Very interesting. I wonder what the bids are there.
Yeah, I'm also checking in. Maybe there's some issues with the bids. Checking with the team on that for you. And I think yeah, as Arav plays on while being a piece down, I think it's just sort of inertia probably.
Yeah, true. Also, if the time, yeah, he resigns. Yeah, if the time situation was reversed, maybe he would play on, but White has more time and he goes through.
Correct.
So, two more tiebreaks remaining. I think we
Wow.
can. Let's see which one starts first. Rakesh, I think fascinating chess. Yeah, a lot of comebacks, I think, in the under 21 section.
Yeah, a lot of comebacks in the Prodigy boards, and yeah, no update from the team, so not sure when we'll have the games.
I guess pretty soon now, any second. Wow. Oof. Chess is hard, Rakesh. Yeah, chess is sometimes very hard. You can fight it out and then one, imagine Arav, winning the first game, feeling pumped up, ready to go to the next round, and suddenly, you lose one game, you lose the second game, and it's all over. So it can really break your
Mhm.
hope sometimes.
True, very true. Absolutely. And tilt is a strong word in online chess. And
Yeah. So I can see the games. Deboshnik Day versus Muradek. That's one tiebreak. What a player Deboshnik Day has been in this tournament so far. Exciting chess, and also we'll have Foxes 64 against Sanskriti. So two very important games, and the games have begun. Pawn to d4.
let's go. And both the games have begun. What? Sahil, Foxes has just chosen 5 minutes. What was he thinking?
What?
Just five, that is half the time with half the results.
So I'm assuming Foxes is a streamer, Rakesh. I think that would make a good piece of content, but that's quite risky. Like that's like shooting yourself in the foot a little bit, right? Because I mean, no way Sanskriti was gonna bid like 5.5 minutes, for example. She was gonna bid 7 at worst. Why not bid 6.5?
Exactly. I mean, the same question as mine. And now, though he's blitzed out like 8 moves in 15 seconds. So maybe he's banking on that side.
Yeah, true. And Queen F5 now, allowing, I think 94 is the plan to basically pin that knight and grab it. So White's Queen likely will have to come back. Um, and Foxes is playing well, you have to admit, but the time situation is going to be a factor pretty soon.
True. I mean, you can't have half the time of your opponent. That's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like kind of borderline unfair. But yeah,
yeah.
he
Usually,
chose that.
yeah. I believe in having half the skill of my opponent, so that's why I lose games. Like, but time is unacceptable, Rakesh. I mean, that's not. That's not acceptable. By the way, Sanskriti against Foxes is very interesting. Let's go to Deboshnik against Muradik, and we can see now a pretty standard position, Catalan structure. B5 is apparently the best move for Black to kind of challenge that queen, play B4, challenge that, and he finds it. Nice find.
Another nice find by Muradik is just that he chose 8.5 minutes. So he
Wow.
just was 1.5 minutes below his opponent, but he has the draw odds as well.
Yeah, that's a very good Armageddon situation to be in. B4 now attacks this knight, and if you play knight A4 as in the game, I think maybe C5 or queen A5 first, and maybe at some point C5 next. And if you open up that bishop, I think Black is doing absolutely fine.
That's helped in the situation as well. Love the C5 plan, Sahil.
Yeah, B3, and I think we are all set for that C pawn push. It's gonna happen one way or the other, and that's gonna give Muradik a comfortable position. Meanwhile, jumping to Foxes against Sanskriti, and Rakesh, it started with 5 versus 10 minutes. Now it's 8 versus 4 minutes. So he's kind of maintaining that ratio so far.
True. He's maintaining that. But look at the king on F7. I do not want my king out in the open in an Armageddon where a draw is enough, especially after voting for 5 minutes.
True. And now C3 played, but I mean, both kings are not safe, to be honest, though. Even the king on E1. Ooh. That's a mistake by Black.
Uh-oh. You do not open the center when your king itself is in the center. Very weak. What? What's going on?
Also, that's scary because now White's king has to go to C2, and suddenly it's not clear whose king is weaker. I think, in fact, it might be White, Rakesh, and suddenly Sanskriti under pressure. Yeah. The time situation in our favor right now. Plays Rook G1, trying to threaten on the king side, but there is no threat. H7 defended, G7 defended.
And Black has, masterfully castled artificially.
What? Did she just put the queen in front of the knight?
No way. I mean, it's not even a mouse slip style because queen G3, G4, G5, G6, G7, the queen is gone in each and every square. What was queen G4?
That is just the nerves, Rakesh. Yeah, the nerves of playing an Armageddon, showing in real time. It's just heartbreaking to watch, but that is the end of the game. And Fox 64 is going to go to the next round.
I think maybe she just played fast on Foxen's time.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking, but it's a tough game. We had to find a winner, chat. This is the titled KO of the third edition of the Global Chess League, and with that, Queen A2 checkmate incoming.
Rakesh, we have those edits, right? Like boss edits or Sigma edits, and suddenly, 5 minutes, Foxes was his bid, 5 minutes, and he manages to win this game. So great win there. Hard luck to Sanskriti. She fought back very well, but this one, I think, is just over.
Yeah, and in fact, now even a draw is enough. So even a stalemate would be enough for Black to go on.
Yeah. So that means
and we have official confirmation. Foxen has won, Sahil. Sanskriti Wankhede is sadly out of the tournament.
Yep. So Foxes goes through, and the last remaining game for today, chat. So this is the game which will decide the final spot for tomorrow. C4 played by Muradik, who is, I would say, slightly better right now, although White has his own chances. But I don't like Queen F5, Rakesh, because now my D pawn is pinned. I can't push this. G6 is always possible. I'm not sure what the idea is here, really.
Yeah, I mean, your queen is not even threatening anything.
Yeah.
And looks like Black is in a better position. But Sahil, kudos to Deboshnik and Muradik. Both these players, each and every game in the match, their game went to the end and was the last finishing game. Game 1, Game 2, as well as Armageddon. So I think this was the most evenly matched contest. But we'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, and now I think C3 played, I think, the most human move, getting a protected pass pawn on this, third rank, 2 squares away from queening, and this just kind of ties down the white piece. Then look at the knight on a4 now. The only
Mhm.
square it had to come back has been blocked, and it's just stuck there in the corner. Knights on the rim are dim. They usually have limited squares, and as you can see, this one basically has none. So white tries to improve the other knight, hoping, okay, this one is bad. I'm gonna make, we often hear these stories, right, in Bollywood movies, Rakesh. One parents have money to send only one child to college, and they send one, and the other one is stuck at home. Like, this is the same scenario. Yeah, it has no future. But this knight trying to compensate for the other knight, but somehow black is just doing so well right now.
Yeah, idea is maybe, push the pawn to d6. Even if queen trades, knight can come ahead, recapturing the queen. So Murad trying Deboshnik trying his best to make something of this game.
Yeah.
1 minute advantage, Sahil. Will that be critical to decide the winner of this match?
I think it will be. And also, let's not forget, white has to win. A draw is not enough. So,
Oh,
winning
yeah.
from this position will be a task that's not easy. And his main thing is he wants to push the D pawn because that's his main asset. But as soon as he pushes it, that leads to a queen trade, and that also reduces his chances. And then all bets are on the D pawn, right? So this pawn, if you can push it, you win. Otherwise, you're knocked out. So is white ready to decide that I only have one shot at this and push his D pawn? I'm not so convinced right now.
True, true, and not looking good. Sahil not looking good even more after bishop g5, which is a
Ooh.
blunder.
Wait, what happens to rookie? Isn't you wait, rook e5, queen f4 you have to play? h6? Okay, h6 maybe
No,
you just take on f6, but
no.
maybe.
Queen f4, just knight d5, free pawn.
Oh, it's just over, yeah?
Wow, Muradik finds it, Sahil.
Wow. Wow. And Gukesh often faces criticism when he'll overpush sometimes, right? He'll overpush. We saw it in the Grand Swiss. Um, People say, okay, why did he take a draw? Why did he keep pushing? I think you can go back to game one of this matchup where, we saw Muradik overpush when he got that chance and lose. But kind of pushing hard in every game might bite you sometimes in one of 10 games, but it'll give you better results in the remaining ones. And you see Muradik now playing amazing chess, attacking the queen, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn, and that fighting spirit really turning to his advantage.
True, true, absolutely. And great example of Gukesh there, and now black definitely in the driver's seat. Rook into g5 is a threat. Don't forget that bishop. In fact, Sahil, if the engine says white's best move is bishop to h6, you know how bad his position is.
Yeah. By the way, Mr. Jagaji in the chat still saying Devotion can do this. I think he can, because at the end, he also has time potentially as a factor, but he needs to drag the game longer. Right now, what's happening is I think black is just going to steamroll white here, knight c5
Yeah,
maybe at some
yeah.
point, exchange pieces. So he needs to drag the game very, very long, create complications, which is very difficult to do with the c pawn. So still the outside chance, but a limited one.
Direction,
Mm.
but the result was completely different.
Yeah.
So Devoshnik can maybe use that technique in a way.
Yeah. By the way, knight f3. I was thinking maybe the knight will go to c2 just to blockade that pawn, but knight f3,
Mhm.
maybe white has some different idea. The only question is, can black just, take, push, or just push directly? Is that a possibility already? Because rook takes d5, queen takes d5. If you play rook c1, I'm even thinking, why not queen d1? And, it just feels like black is already ready to end the game.
Yeah, yeah, Sahil, this under 4 minutes, weirder things have happened on the chessboard, Sahil. So, Deboshnik fans in the chat, please wait. There might be some possibility.
Yeah, I mean, on his face at least, he still looks like he's calculating. He's trying to find that outside resource. Muradek is well
Yeah.
thinking, how can I how can I end the game as cleanly as possible without giving my opponent any counterplay?
Well, you don't want to think a lot and go down on the clock.
True.
It's a double-edged sword. Place pawn to h6.
Ooh. Rakesh, I mean, that just ends the game though, doesn't it? Because at six, now I don't have a square for my bishop. I mean, bishop h4. I don't know if g5 works directly. It does actually. It just works. So this is just, I think this might be the end of the game.
Yeah, I think bishop drops back. Bishop
Oh,
e2.
oh wow.
Okay.
Really limiting white. And look at the knight on a4. I mean, if that knight was on e3 or c2 or somewhere active, like it might change the position, give some chances. But
Sahil, you had mentioned the knight on a4 about 5 minutes back, and it's still there. And one of the main reasons for white losing this.
and now the bishop is also gone. So I think, unfortunately for the Deboshnik fans, things are not looking that great now. You can see Muradek vibing, bishop a6, nice move, sidestepping any tactics. And next move, he's going to grab the bishop. And even though white is a piece down, I think he's technically two
Oh,
pieces
you
down right
see
now.
Devoshnik Sahil, he's distraught.
Ah,
So sad to
yeah,
see.
yeah. Yeah, he's not happy at all. I think he's half crying. I think, yeah, he's not happy. He's not happy.
Yeah,
I think,
we see
yeah.
tears.
The thing is, this is a
Sahil,
golden
because he
opportunity.
knew,
Yeah,
right? And he knew in the last game it was a completely drawn position in the queen end game.
yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
yeah.
what is haunting him. And now bishop b7. Chess is brutal, Sahil.
Chess is brutal because in a team sport usually you can blame somebody else, but in chess it's all you. You were the one playing the moves, and it just really hurts a lot more. It gives you a lot more satisfaction and pleasure as well, but it pinches hard. And right now Devotion is thinking, I had the chance of my life. This could have changed my life completely to win this today, qualify to the next round, and see how it goes. But that one mistake can sometimes cost you the entire game. In tennis or in the sport, in cricket, you get somebody bowled, that wicket is yours. But in chess, you can play well for 90% of the game, one mistake, and it's all over.
Absolutely. And Sahil, it just shows you, chess is a brutal sport. And also, what this GCL KO means for players like Debushnik. It was a dream opportunity where he tried his best, sadly couldn't go through, but
Yeah.
just
Yeah. I think Rakesh Bhai got a bit stuck there, but I have to admit, like how Devoshnik played was fantastic. Let's not forget, his rating is around 1987. His opponent is what, 400, 500 points ahead. So that is really amazing. So 450 points ahead. And I just feel he played some fascinating chess. But now after Bishop B7, basically the knight cannot move either because Queen G2 or Queen H1 will be checkmate. So that just ends the game. I'm going to take the bishop, then I'm going to take the knight, and this is all but over. And Rakesh also looks shook. Um, I think he'll get his integration solved soon. But yeah, it's 20 seconds for Deboshnik. I think he realizes the game is basically over. There it is. That is a win for Muradnik, who technically at the end was the better player overall. But I think what fantastic chess played by Deboshnik. If you get to box against Muhammad Ali and you put up a tough fight, I think you've done a fantastic job. And we could see him emotional there, but he played some amazing chess. So, but yeah, Muradnik is the winner and he qualifies into the top eight. That will play tomorrow. So that's the end of day one. I think Rakesh Bhai left 10 seconds too early, but overall a fantastic day, exciting games. And we saw a lot of comebacks, a lot of Armageddons. And I think the under 21, the youth section promised the maximum number of tiebreakers. That tells you they are the hungriest in terms of trying to fight for the advantage. And you saw that in this game specifically. So I really want to thank everyone for joining us today. We're going to be back tomorrow, roughly at the same time. It's going to be a knockout format. The top 8, the winners today, will be fighting each other. So you can imagine the battle will be much stronger, much tougher, and also much, much faster. So it's going to be fantastic. Thank you to the GCL team for organizing this. This is a great opportunity. We could see the emotions in action. It gives everybody a chance to make it to the top. Life is, we know a famous creator, Rakesh Bhai, who says life is unfair, but sometimes life can be actually fair.
Yeah. Shout out to the creator whose idea got the GCL rolling. But yes, Sahil, cracking day, and it is just the start. Tomorrow will be round 2 of the finale of round 2, actually, to see which 4 players from every category go through to the round 3, that is titled the knockout challengers, out of which one player will be going to Mumbai for the Global Chess League.
Thank you for joining. We're going to see you tomorrow. The stakes are rising with every round, and so are the nerves. A lot of blunders, a lot of brilliance is coming tomorrow. We'll see you at the same time. Take care and good night. Bye-bye.